Will the council meeting of January 7th, 2026, please come to order? It is now 9:03. Members, we ready? Oh, we're missing one, right? I think Member Hudgens will be joining us momentarily in 5 or 10 minutes. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, proceeding with roll call. Councilmember Kawanoi Batangan.
Morning, Chair.
Vice Chair Yukile Sugimura.
Good morning, Chair.
Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
Aloha kakayaka kako.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Aloha, Chair, council members, community members. There's no testifiers at the Lanai District Office, and I'm here and ready to work. Mahalo.
Councilmember Kiani Rollins Fernandez.
Aloha kakahiaka kako. There are currently no testifiers at the Molokai District Office. Mahalo, Chair.
Councilmember Tom Cook.
Aloha, good morning. There's currently no testifiers at the Kihei office, but we have people on standby. Thank you.
Councilmember Nohelani Hodgins.
Excused.
Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Aloha kakayaka kako, no testifiers in Hana.
And Council Chair Alice Lee.
Aloha and Happy New Year, everyone.
Chair, you have 8 members present, 1 excused. A quorum is present to conduct the business of the County Council. For the record, I'm the County Clerk, Moana Ludi. Also present with me, next to me, is the Deputy County Clerk, Rochelle Thompson. Present from my office and the Legislative Division staff is Joyce Murashige, Del Yoshida, and Arthur Suyama. Assisting the Council with maintaining order and decorum is Council Ambassador Ryan Martins. Joining the meeting from the Office of Council Services is Director David Rotz and Legislative Attorney Megan Moniz. And from the Department of the Corporation Counsel is Deputy Corporation Counsel Caleb Rowe.
Thank you. And so I have the pleasure of providing a few remarks this morning, and they will be few. I don't think I've shared this little tidbit about myself growing up. I've always felt like I was surrounded by angels. And of course, I have names for them. But actually, my father his name is Angelo Lee. His mother, I told you, is from Spain. So he had the Spanish name of Angel. But I had my own angels too. I had Frank and Ernest and Prudence. So I had them on my shoulder, and I still have them on my shoulder. And so that's why I never feel like I'm alone, because I have the spiritual support of my angels. But Frank and Ernest I probably chose those names because that's how I am. I'm very straightforward, as you know. I don't dance around like, not you, but other people. I like to get to the point, and so it's like today too. My resolution for 2026 is to become a more patient person. So I am adding one more angel on my shoulder, and her name is Patience. So I have Frank, Ernest, Prudence, and Patience. And I'm announcing it publicly because accountability matters. And the truth is, I've noticed that I've become increasingly impatient over the years. For good reason, a lot of times, but that's really no excuse. Everything feels urgent from the moment I wake up. Everything feels like it should happen now. But that's not realistic. And more importantly, it's not healthy. Particularly not at 9 a.m. on a Wednesday. I've really realized that impatience doesn't actually make things go faster. It just ends up causing more stress. So I'm committing to changing that. I want to be someone who can start the day without immediately feeling rushed. It's going to take practice and probably a lot of deep breathing, but I think it's one of the most important things I can work on this year. So here's to Patience, my new angel, And thank you all for being a part of that journey. And I wish you success with your own resolutions. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Incidentally, my grandson, Riley, helped me with my opening remarks. I asked him to get something from AI, and he's an expert in that area. And he said, they don't do that. they don't do opening remarks. So I said, well, you think of something. And this is what he thought of. Yeah. Thank you, Riley. All right, Ms. Clerk. Oh, it's my turn, my turn. Before we proceed with today's agenda, may I please request that everyone keep their microphones muted unless it's your time to speak. As a reminder, testimony must pertain to items on the meeting agenda. When testifying, please direct your remarks to the council and not to any individual council member or member of the public. Each testifier will be allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes on each item. For individuals wishing to testify on Teams, please click the raise your hand button to be added to the testifier log. If you are calling in, please follow the phone prompts to be added to the log. If you wish to testify anonymously, please sign in as anonymous, and you will be given a testifier number. Decorum shall be maintained at all times. Any person who behaves in a manner that disrupts, disturbs, or impedes the orderly conduct of any council meeting can, at the discretion of the presiding officer, or a majority of present council members, be ejected or banned from council meetings, or if participating remotely, muted or dropped from the meeting. Examples of disruptive behavior include, but are not limited to, heckling, shouting, use of profanity, threatening or slanderous remarks made to any member of the council, staff, or general public. All meeting attendees, whether online or in person, are expected to wear clothing which should not display profanity, obscenity, or any message that could be considered discriminatory, harassing, or inappropriate for these proceedings. Members, without objection, I will ask the clerk to call for testimony related to ceremonial resolution 25-213, honoring Kumuhula Aiolo Balabar, before we move on to general testimony for other items on the agenda. Any objections? So ordered. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, proceeding with testimony on the ceremonial resolutions. The first testifier is Marcy Martin, and she will be followed by Ivy Caldito.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for recognizing Kumuhula Aiolo Balabar today. 50 years of teaching hula and Polynesian dance, and even more years performing, is very impressive. Aiola's contributions to this community are invaluable. Whenever I go somewhere with her, I am reminded of her legacy and her impact on our community. She knows everyone, and everyone is happy to see her. She has had a very positive impact on my life as well. I have been dancing and performing with Aiolo and the Gracious Ladies for over 15 years now. And the next time you walk through the front sliding doors of this building, Kalana o Maui, look to your left. You will see her father's name, Richard Caldito, on the plaque by the door. He was a Maui County Board of Supervisors and a Maui County Council member. This recognition today makes me imagine what Wailuku was like in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. I imagine Aiolo dancing at her father's campaign rallies. I'm certain he would be very proud of his daughter today, and he would be grateful for this body's recognition of her contributions and achievements. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcy. Any questions for Marcy? If not, thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Ivy Caldito, to be followed by Rochelle Mendoza.
Aloha kakahiaka. My name is Ivy Caldito, and thank you so much for honoring my sister on her 50th year of teaching. I am a retired teacher in Washington, D.C., and I'm very proud of our culture here in Hawaii. So, I've taught the children for many years since I've, been teaching in Washington, D.C. about Hawaii. And I've had so many of them come, and they know how hard we work here. And I want to thank all of you because my sister has worked hard, and I'm very proud of her. And I know that, entering this building, and this is the first time I've been in this council room, I think about my dad and what he has done for the county of Maui and what he has always encouraged us to do, give back to your community. And it has paid off. You do for people, and people, appreciate it. So thank you very much for recognizing my sister, Iola. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome back.
Chair, the next testifier is Rochelle Mendoza, to be followed by Johanna Amarin.
Aloha Council. My name is Rochelle Mendoza, and I am a student of Auntie Iola Balabar and also her Hanai niece. And am honored to be able to talk on behalf of what I feel is a great honor for her to be recognized by the community. Today we gather with grateful hearts to honor someone truly extraordinary, Auntie Iola, as she celebrates 50 years of hula, culture, and aloha. 50 years, it's not just a number, it represents decades of dedication, discipline, and deep love for Polynesian and Hawaiian culture. It represents countless of hours of teaching, guiding, achy knees, achy hips, and correction, encouragement, and most importantly, shining the true meaning of aloha. On November 22nd, 2025, we witnessed something incredibly special. Around 85 dancers came together with over 700 people of different ages, different journeys, all united by one thing, the aloha that Auntie Iola has planted in each and every one of us. Every step, every hand motion, every chant and smile was reflection of her legacy. Auntie Iola is not only a kumu, a leader, or a teacher. She is truly an ambassador of aloha. Through hula, she has shown this community and people around the world, including Japan, Washington, D.C., and other parts of Europe, and people what aloha looks like in action, through patience, through humility, through talking story, through seeing them in the grocery store and giving a piece of her aloha through strength and love. Aloha is not just a word we say, it's how we live and how we treat one another and how we carry ourselves. Auntie Iola has lived aloha in every sense of the word. She reminds us that hula is more than a dance. It's history, it's storytelling, it's prayer, it's connection to our ancestors and to each other. As a proud member of Okeola Li'i Okekai and all my sisters here from our halau, we are grateful and honored to be part of this halau, and being under her guidance has shaped us not only how we dance, but how we show up in the world with grace, responsibility, and aloha in our heart. With this being said, mahalo nui loa, and thank you for all the years that she has shared with us, and to the council for this resolution. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, thank you.
Chair, the last testifier currently signed up is Johanna Amarin.
Good morning, County Chair Alice Lee, and to all the council members. I know some of you for many, many years. My name is Johanna Ku'ulelo Kilani Amarin. I'm a former planning commissioner and chair, ran for politics a few times, made so much friendships. But today I stand before you because of my friend, Iola Balubar. Just my personal feelings, I wanted to come up because I am so proud of her for all her aloha-ness through all 50 years plus, having known her family background. It's just amazing. Her father in politics. Her mom, I see her in curlers. Very beautiful lady, fair. I've known Iola for over 40 years. Today, I am a new student with her. As you age, I am 82 years old. The cognitiveness. So hula is just one of those most beautiful things that you could do. The movement, the laughter, remembering how to move, and the choice with all my hula sisters. It's such a blessing for me. And I know all of you council people, and I'm so proud of all of you for all you've done. And then to recognize on behalf of Tasha Kama, Kanoi, Kauanoi, mahalo nui to be part of this team. But Iola, her aloha-ness, all of these years, way back and going forward, I thought she was going to retire, but no, this aloha will continue because it's within her. I am so proud to be a new student, and I'm sure she's very proud of me. And one thing I said, Iola, you know, I just want to dance for you so you could be proud of me. So much aloha to all of you, mahalo nui, and hau'oli, Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? No questions. Thank you. Let the record show that Councilmember Noelani U'uhajins is present.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Chair, the next testifier is Douglas Bigley.
I wonder if he's
Mr.
going to
Bigley,
testify on something
Yeah,
else.
we're taking testimony right now on the ceremonial resolution. Would you like to testify on the ceremonial reso?
No, I just didn't. Apologize. I'm in.
Oh, no problem. We'll add you to the next list. Thank
So I'll
you.
just wait here.
Okay.
You're awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Chair, it looks like the next testifier is J.C. Law.
Thank you, Moana. Good morning, Chair Lee. Thank you guys for finally showing up here. I said it before, it was on the agenda before, but I wanted to say it again. Belina mai kako, ka papahele malu, e ho'o mai kai ana ia kumuhula iola balubar, no na makahiki he 50 ma ke po'okela o ka hula. And thank you for the Hawaiian translator that put on the Papa Kumu Mana'o.
Next.
Chair, there's currently no one else signed up to testify, so we'll do last call. If there's anyone who would like to testify, you can make your way to the podium or raise your hand in Teams. Again, this is final countdown. Oh, we have someone coming down.
Good morning, everybody. I don't want to miss this chance for my sweet hula sister, Iola Balabar. I'm so grateful. My daughter came out here for work, and her husband, they got a job offer here in Maui about 6-7 years ago, and I came out a few years ago. My granddaughter was in Iola's hula class, and it was so fun just taking her and watching her, and I decided to join the class. During COVID, I lost 4 sisters of my own, and I've gained a whole class of sisters. Iola has just really touched how I feel about sisterhood and the sisters that we do work together, and all the community events that she puts together is like so amazing. I just want to be there for all of the things for her and for what she's created in the community and the feeling that she takes with her when we go places. I'm just so excited. I couldn't pass up this opportunity to thank her for what a beautiful person she is, and for the community life that she has created also for me as a sister. I'm so grateful to you, Iola. Thank you so much. I love you, and this is just the best thing that's happened to me since I've been to Maui. I've been in her classes, a hula, whatever you want to call it, sister, or about couple of years going, maybe 2 years, but I just want to thank everybody for giving me an opportunity to publicly give that to my sweet sister there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions, members? If not, may we have the next testifier?
Chair, there's no one else currently signed up, so if there is anyone else who would like to testify, this is last call. Chair, the countdown is 3, 2, 1. There's no one indicating a desire to testify.
Members, are there any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony for the record on this ceremonial resolution? So ordered. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Resolution 25-213, congratulating Kumu Hula Iola Balubar on 50 years of hula excellence.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. I move to adopt Resolution 25-213.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Gabe Johnson, to adopt the resolution 25-213. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. May I ask the clerk to read the resolution in its entirety?
Ms. Clerk.
Resolution number 25-213, congratulating Kumu Hula Iola Balubar on 50 years of hula excellence. Whereas Iola Balubar found her passion in hula at the tender age of 6 and learned from her mother's Kumu Hula and a respected figure in the hula community, Kumu Elizabeth Lamho, and later from other hula greats, Auntie Becky Kaupuiki, Kumu Johnny Hokoana, and Kumu Robert Kalani. And whereas as a child she danced at political rallies where her father, Richard Pablo Caldito Sr., was the first Filipino-American Democrat in public office in the United States when elected to the Maui County Board of Supervisors in 1956, and later served on the Maui County Council. And whereas while her parents nurtured her love for hula, her mother, Dorothy Lena Ala Lovell Caldito, encouraged her to dance from her heart for her kupuna and for her aina. And whereas in 1975, to share her gift of storytelling through the beauty and grace of hula, along with encouragement from her husband, Richard Balubar, she opened Iola Balubar Polynesian Dance Studio in her brother's garage, which she later renamed Halau Hula o Keola Ali'i o Kekai in 1982, a name inspired by her sons, Keola o Kekai and Keali'i, and by her husband and his family's love for the ocean. And whereas Kumu Iola performed at beloved local island venues such as Maui Lu Resort, Intercontinental Hotel, Sheraton Hotel's Discovery Room, and Ka'anapali Beach Hotel with the Puka Puka Otea. And whereas Auntie Iola, as she is affectionately known by her many students, has spread aloha to communities across the mainland through her performances, including at Disneyland's Tahitian Terrace Restaurant and internationally in Canada, Japan, and the Philippines. And whereas her choreography blends traditional, classic, and contemporary Hawaiian and Polynesian music, incorporating Tahitian, Samoan, and Maori elements. And whereas through her steadfast leadership, her award-winning halau has performed in and earned top honors in numerous competitions in Las Vegas and San Francisco, the Merry Monarch Festival on Hawaii Island, and 34 appearances at the Queen Liliuokalani Keiki Hula competition on Oahu, where her halau captured 2 Master Keiki Hula titles. And whereas Kumu Iola's creativity was honored last spring at the Maui Historical Society's Hali Ho'ike Ike held at the Bailey House Museum, where her halaus, dresses, and accessories from the past 50 years, which she designed herself, were featured. And whereas Halau Hula o Keola Ali'i Kekai is recognized for introducing keiki and kupuna to hula and Tahitian dance, with many keiki becoming a professional dancers who continue to perpetuate the Hawaiian culture and heritage. And whereas at age 79, Kumu Iola continues to share aloha, whether through solo performances or with Gracious Ladies, a St. Anthony Church hula group. And whereas generations of dancers, musicians, audiences, and community members honor and celebrate her 50 years of hula excellence, now therefore be it resolved by the County Council of the County of Maui, 1, that it congratulates Kumuhula Iola Balubar on 50 years of hula excellence. 2, that it expresses deep appreciation for Kumu Iola and all members of her halau, past and present, for perpetuating the Hawaiian culture through hula. And 3, that certified copies of this resolution be transmitted to Kuma Hula Iola Balubar and Halau Hula o Keola Ali'i o Kekai, the Honorable Josh Green, MD, Governor, State of Hawaii, and the Honorable Richard T. Bisson, Jr., Mayor, County of Maui.
Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I love this lady too, and I think that the testifiers which testify today coming from their heart, I love the aloha-ness. Thank you for that. You know, she really exudes that, and if you ever see Iola in the community, she always has a smile for you, and she knows you and, asks things about you that you think, wow, she has thousands of people she knows, but, she spends the time loving people and connecting with them. I too want to thank her for all that she's contributed. I had a brief moment in the lobby this morning to talk to her sister Ivy, which was the first testifier. And I want to share with you that what she said was her father said after she graduated and got her education degree or teaching degree, that he wanted her to give back to the community. And she ended up, as it would be, as she said, she's in Washington, D.C. And like her father, pretty amazing, she has a whole building named after her from the school that she taught at. So, and I think it's a reflection of what she has contributed to the school in DC. And she said when she's there, she gives of her time. And I think it's a spirit of the family that we've heard over the years. But members, I appreciate this. Chair Lee, thank you for bringing this resolution forward. And I totally support this. Thank you.
I wish I could take the credit, but it was the finance director, Marcy Martin.
Aww.
You can thank Marcy for this. Others? Comments? Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair, for this resolution, and I'm so grateful that we're able to honor our Kumuhula while they're still alive for their decades and decades of service. I'm more familiar with her brothers coming from the Parks Department, but the whole family is wonderful, and I'm glad we're able to do this for people while they're still alive.
Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I want to also echo that sentiment that Member Paulton shared, that mahalo to you and Director Martin for this resolution and taking the time to honor such an impressive legacy of half a century. Mahalo. So grateful. I don't know Kumu Iola myself personally, but from what I understand, she embodies aloha, the life force that connects us. And by being a kumu, one of the kuleana is that community building, that ohana, fostering ohana and creating that village life that we love about our home, that we know each other, that we have relationship with each other. And that's something that's important to us, and that's something that a lot of kumu do, and I understand that she does. And part of that kulana is also, being the knowledge keeper of our mo'olelo, our culture, our spirituality, our la'au, different plants, and the kino lau of all the different elements and plants, and keeping that ike kupuna alive and relevant. And so not being just the knowledge keeper of all of this, but being a knowledge transmitter and sharing that so generously. I just want to mahalo Kumu Iola and halau. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, I also want to participate in honoring you, Iola. See, Iola I see quite often, actually. We hang out at Foodland. And she's also the kumu for a number of my nieces. So, we thank you for all you've contributed. And she is one of the most friendliest people in the whole wide world. I mean, it's incredible. The size of your heart is immeasurable. Anyone else? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. And, okay, this is the time for others to come down to Iola and others. Iola, did you want to say a few words? And anybody else? And then we're going to take pictures with you, if you don't mind. Okay, so what happened last time, the reason why we postponed passing this resolution is because she had a slight accident, right? Iola, something happened? Did you fall down or something? Maybe you can tell us what happened.
Good morning. Aloha kakahiaka to all of you, and my aloha to each and every one of you who came today, and to the county council, and especially Alice, my good friend. She forgot her sons who took hula from me too. I didn't forget. In fact, a lot of my students who see me can't believe that I still remember their names. And I took every student at heart. I loved everyone. And I'm so happy that I could share my aloha with them. And I think it really stems from my dad, who had so much aloha. And I'm so kind-hearted because of my dad. And they always say, Filipinos, they always cry when they talk, That's true. That's so true. But then I think I kind of learned how not to cry too much. But I'm really happy to be here today and feel honored that all of the people that I mahalo nui, I had to write it down this morning. I told my husband I have to write. He said, that don't look real easy. It looked like one book, he told me. But anyway, mahalo nui, first of all, to Keakua, who really guided me in my plan of life, who carried me through every bit of it. He made the plan, not me. I never thought of being a kumuhula, but I thought of being a teacher. At the age of first grade, I admired my teacher, Mrs. Gasper, so much at Waihe School that I said, I'm going to be just like her, not thinking that it was going to be through doing dance, the hula. And I carried that through to be proud to be a teacher because of Mrs. Gasper. She was just wonderful. Her husband made beautiful ukuleles. He taught ukulele, and she was just wonderful. But anyway, getting back to thanking Keakua, first of all, who guided me in so many, many opportunities in my life through hula. And to all the beautiful people, mahalo anui lua, to Honorable Gosh Green, made governor of our beautiful state of Hawaii, to Mayor Richard Beeson and the county council, to my dear friend who is passed, Councilwoman Tasha Kama, who have respected and loved me. And we've talked many times throughout Foodland and other areas that we met, and who met with me 2 months before my 50th anniversary, and who had offered her beautiful love and help, that she would want to help me to do this, my 50 years of celebration. I love Tasha And I know she loved me because we talked many times along the ways about how proud she was of me to carry on my legacy through hula, and how proud I was of her to be a councilwoman. And above all, her dad, who was a beautiful, wonderful reverend who prayed for all of us. Whenever you need help, he was there. And to my parents, Richard, Pablo, Caldito Sr., my mom, Dorothy Lovell Caldito, my siblings, we're so close. My dad taught us a lot to be close, to care for each other whenever in need. My sister Ivy, who came up and said beautiful things about me, Ivy, mahalo. She's always there for me. And my brother Richard Caldito Jr., who is also a politician, who loved life, who loved in fact, I'm like him. He was Mr. Personality. Everyone loved him. He loved everyone, like how I do. And to my sister, my dear sister, we made her the sergeant of all because she was always there for us and telling us what is good for us to do. Charlene Rodriguez, who was with the County Parks and Recreation Department for 42 years. And, you know, all of us maybe we weren't in politics or politicians to be there, but we loved it because of my dad who loved it too. And he also often talked to me about being a politician, but I said, Dad, I don't think I would like to be that. I just love people and I just love to be around them. So let me do what I want to do. So he said, okay, sister, I'll let you do what you want to do. But anyway, to my dear, dear, loving, gracious ladies, my hula halau, who have carried me through, who have carried on the aloha that I have taught them. I have molded the beautiful values of being a Hawaiian to be first looked after their families, their ohana, to have kuleana, the responsibility of every aspect of their life, to have laulima, the helping hand of each other, kokua, the help that we need from one another, good words to say to each other. And foremost, aloha, the love, the respect, the caring, sharing for each other. That's what I portray. Just looking at me, my husband said, you're aloha. Nobody gotta know who you are. They just look at you. I love you so much. And we both shared 55 years of marriage together, my husband and I, with our two wonderful sons that we know our life, our love, our being are in them. Ke olo ke kai and ke ali'i. And to you, the community of Maui, with so much respect of what I do, the opportunities of teaching so many students, and that I have molded all of these beautiful Hawaiian values with my hula in each and every one of them. My blessing of what aloha is all about, my piha, my fullest, ultimate mahalo for 50 years of blessed opportunities which I shared with so many hula performances. So much respect from the community, from the hotels, everywhere, internationally, locally, who have accorded me with so many opportunities. Mahalo, mahalo anui loa. To all of my haumanas, again, I mentioned the beautiful women, the kikis, the parents who have supported me all these years, Mahalo, and especially the community of our island, Maui. Mahalo, mahalo nui loa. I love you all, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. And now, Iola, could you wait there because the members are going to greet you?
Thank you so much.
Members, this meeting is in recess until 10:15. Thank you. Will the council meeting of January 7th, 2026 please reconvene? Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're moving on to testimony on any item on today's agenda. The first person to testify is Lauren Akatake. She'll be testifying on Bill 193 and Bill 2, and she will be followed by Michael Lilly.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Council members. I'm Lauren Akitake. I'm the Executive Director and Legal Counsel to the Maui County Board of Ethics. I'm here today to speak in support of Bill 193 and Bill 2, which would increase our staffing from 3 to 5, establish the salary ranges for the 2 new positions, allow for a mechanism to set the salaries within the council-approved range, and to hire staff part-time. Our office is 5 months young. We intentionally started small so we could assess workload before requesting additional staff. Early on, it became clear that our staffing was not sufficient. I've issued 62 informal advisory opinions, which is more than the board issues in 2 years. We've closed 25 complaints in 2025. Some of those were filed and closed at the end of 2025 under our new rules after investigation by our office. Additional staff would let us move cases forward more efficiently, develop written and video training materials, and conduct in-person trainings. As I previously mentioned to you, a second attorney would be essential for contested cases. As one attorney presents the case and the other represents the board, I wouldn't be able to do both of those things ethically at the same time. By comparison to the city and county of Honolulu, we are roughly a third of their jurisdictional size by employees, though we have more boards and commissions than they do. The Honolulu Ethics Commission has 11 employees when fully staffed, which includes 4 lawyers, 2 legal clerks, 2 investigators, a training specialist, and 2 administrative assistants, so 11 staff. Looking ahead, our workload will continue to grow. Updates to our lobbyist rules to align with the state's model will increase lobbyist registrations and require quarterly disclosures. And our new rules clarify that anonymous complaints can be filed with my office. I note that I have strong written support from our chair, Steve Sturdivant, and Vice Chair, Captain Michael Lilly, given our urgent need. Vice Chair Lilly will be testifying in support right after me. Again, I thank you for your continued support and steadfast commitment to our office. We are the very first neighbor island to take this important step of staffing our Board of Ethics office, and we sincerely are grateful for your vision and willingness to lead the way to uphold the highest ethical standards in county government. I'd be happy to be a resource when the agenda items come up, if you would like.
Members,
Thank you.
any objections to having Ms. Akitake? No? Okay, so ordered.
Great, thank you.
Next testifier?
Chair, the next testifier is Michael Lilly, testifying also on Bill 193 and Bill 2. He will be followed by Julie Jenkins.
Aloha, Kakiaka. This is Michael Lilly. I'm Vice Chair of the Board of Ethics. Before our current full-time staff, the board was not able to adequately investigate and prosecute ethics violations, implement an ethics training program, and provide timely ethics opinions and other enforcement functions. So we desperately need a second attorney, and I echo what our Executive Director, Legal Counsel said, why we need to have that second attorney, especially in contested cases where she can't do both, represent the board and present ethics violations to the board. With a second attorney, the functions would reside in 2 different attorneys, and that preserves our independence. We also have a major ethics case that we haven't been able to pursue because of the staffing and because the current staff are so overloaded with work. Lauren handles all the legal administrative work of the office. And since she took over in August, her workload has actually exploded. She's handling numerous UIPA requests, Office of Information Practices appeals, ethics complaints, financial disclosure and lobby filing reviews, and many other matters. And importantly, she's been giving informal ethics advice to public employees without having to wait for the board meeting. And as she said, she issued in the last 5 months 60 opinions, and that's way more than we do in 2 years, maybe 3 years. So that work is skyrocketing as county employees have become aware of this procedure. And she's also working on updating our lobbyists and gift rules, a proposal for countywide anti-nepotism policies, and a proposal to extend the board's jurisdiction over former employees, which the Honolulu Ethics Commission enjoys. We don't have that. Once a person is gone, we lose jurisdiction. Ethics training will become our most important job, but with current staffing, we're not able to implement that program in the near future, but an additional staff will make it available so that we can have ongoing training of all employees. And because of the enormous amount of work her staff does preparing for and wrapping up board meetings, we decided not to have a meeting 1 out of every 3 months. The Honolulu Ethics Commission, for example, meets every other month. And in time, we may adopt that practice as well. This would alleviate a lot of Lauren's work, but she still needs a lot of staff work. And so, in short, we're in desperate need of additional staffing, and we thank you for your continued support to the Board of Ethics. And we're so thankful that we have Lauren Akataki at the helm. Thank you.
Questions, members? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier, please?
Chair, the next testifier is Jolie Jenkins, testifying on resolutions 26-2 and 26-3. She'll be followed by Leslie Milner.
Good morning and Happy New Year, Council Chair Lee and County Council members, and a special congratulations to Councilmember Batangan on your recent appointment. I'm here in support of Resolution 26-2 and 26-3 to authorize a 1-year extension to grant of lease of county real property to 2 Nahale Kapuna lessees. I humbly ask for your support on these 2 resolutions. If you have any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Members, any questions? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Budget Director Leslie Milner, testifying on bills 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 11. And she will be followed by Brian Whitman.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, Council members. Ha'oli makahiki ho, everyone. So I will start with Bill 3, and I'll try and keep these all brief. This is for the Komohana Hale Apartments rebuild. It is $2 million in insurance proceeds. These proceeds are under the Housing Interim Financing and Buyback Fund, which is an enterprise fund, and I just want to make it clear that this is not the same fund with the same name, which I'm in discussions with finance about, under Appendix A Part 2. This is a separate fund, and it's an enterprise fund. Usually this fund does not have any operating or capital expenses, which is why we don't see it in the budget, but as this will be a capital asset moving forward, it needed to be recognized, so that's the purpose of this amendment. Bill 4.
Okay, wait, let's take it one at a time. Questions? Member Paulton.
Are we okay to proceed with floor action today?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton. Yes, if the body would like to, that would allow the construction to proceed sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Maybe when you do each item, you can let us know if you're requesting floor action or if floor action would be okay.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm just testifying on items today for floor action, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm skipping 2 bills for referral, so.
Mahalo, Director, and hau'oli makahiki ho. Mahalo, Chair.
Did I see a hand over here? Oh, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Yeah, so I guess I'm curious about this because you're recognizing $2 million from the Housing Interim Financing and Buyback Revolving Fund is confusing. So if you could, I don't know, I kind of want this to go to committee for further discussion. Just clarifying since we're talking about lots of money, but.
Thank you,
Leslie?
Chair. That's the body's prerogative if they would like to do that. Also, we'd be open to doing a 7B on enterprise funds
Yeah.
if that's what we need to have discussions on, if the body chooses to take action today.
Oh, okay. You can't hear me. Thank you. Yes.
Who can't hear you?
Tom. So I need to
Oh.
go. I need to speak closer to the mic.
Oh, I see, I see.
Yeah. So
Okay,
maybe we
but-
need to have
but
further
you just
discussion.
explained,
Just
didn't you just
clarification.
explain that this is the same name
Yeah.
given to a fund as another fund, and that's the reason for the confusion?
One is a revolving and one is an enterprise. So was it mislabeled here on the agenda?
No.
If you look at page 89 in the program budget, it is referred to as a revolving fund. For some reason, they were both given the exact same name. So that is confusing, but the funds in the enterprise fund do continue to carry over as well. So they are in a sense a revolving fund, but they are an enterprise fund.
So confusing.
Do you want to explain the difference?
An enterprise fund is generally used for business purposes of a government. So this is where we would recognize rental income from the properties that fall under this fund. And then those funds are used to put back into the properties, which is why they're not recognized in the budget, because it's not a departmental operating expense and it's not a capital improvement.
Member Kawanui, Batangan?
Thank you, Chair. So, Director, you mentioned that you requested us to take action on the floor today. Can you go into the consequences of referral or taking action today? Like, what's the difference in the timeline?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember. If floor action is taken today, it would pass second and final reading at the January 23rd meeting. If it is referred to committee, it most likely won't pass until late March on second and final reading, which will delay the implementation of the project. Thank you, Chair.
Any more questions? Member Uhajins?
Thank you. Sorry, I may be confused. So this is monies coming from the buyback revolving fund?
Thank you, Chair.
Insurance from the
Insurance.
These are insurance
Komohana
proceeds that were deposited into the buyback fund because we intend to rebuild the Komohana Hale apartments. If the department had not chosen to rebuild the Komohana Hale apartments, it would have been deposited back into the general fund.
Is there limitations on how we can use that money?
Yes, the money in the revolving fund needs to be used for specific properties.
But is there limitations to like what we can use it for besides on
Chair.
the project? Sorry, I know.
Sorry,
this is
we're going into
discussion.
deliberation.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe can we keep you, or can you come back?
Thank you, Chair.
If
Yes.
you want this done
I'll
on the
be
floor, then I
available.
do have questions. If not, then it would have to probably go to a 7B in committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And finance is also on standby if there are questions.
Okay, next item.
Next item is Bill 4. This is the Lahaina Community Land Trust. As we stated in the transmittal letter, there have been discussions with Lahaina Community Land Trust, and due to the restrictions on the open space fund, such as needing to identify TMKs before we can move forward, it really restricts their ability to use the funds that were appropriated and doesn't allow them to proceed with the projects as needed. So we're requesting an amendment to recognize $5 million in carryover savings to increase the condition under the Department of Housing by $5 million and delete that $5 million condition under the Open Space Fund to allow them the flexibility they need to continue the good work they've been doing.
Mr. Sinensi?
Thank you, Chair and Mahalo Director. So it doesn't go back into the open space fund?
Thank you, Chair. No, the $5 million remains in the Open Space Fund. We're recognizing $5 million in additional funding.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Member Uhajins?
Again, can you stick around for this one too? Thank you.
Okay, next item.
Thank you, Chair. Bill 5 is for the Makawaupaʻia Ha'iku Economic Development, Environmental, and Cultural Programs Fund. I'll let Councilmember Uhajin speak on this when you get to it, but the purpose is to delete the Kaizen group as they will not be able to utilize the funds in this fiscal year and insert Namaka Omaliko.
Okay, and the reason why you're bringing it up is you're asking for floor action.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay. And the next item?
Next item is Bill 6, also requesting floor action. This is to recognize $162,500 in carryover savings that would be appropriated to the Human Concerns Department to their B account. This is for the safe parking program. We got an update from the contractors. We are under contract now, but we did get an update that costs are higher for the infrastructure like sewer, electrical, water, the things that are needed to have on-site showers. So we'd like to ask for floor action because, as you all know, this has been in process for quite a while, and we'd love to keep momentum going on that.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Great. Where is the site?
Thank you, Chair. I will have to check my notes. Can I text you on that?
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, next.
And Bill 7, this is for Appendix A, Part 1. East Maui Water Authority has received $40,000 from the Hawaii Community Foundation for the Freshwater Initiative. This will be used for the East Maui Stewardship Plan, so they can get started on that sooner rather than later if we get that added to the budget today. Well,
Questions?
the 23rd.
No questions. Okay, next.
Thank you, Chair. Bill 8, adding conditional language under the Department of Management, Office of Recovery. This is not additional funding. This is just to add a line item for $13,137. This would be for the Festivals of Aloha Incorporated for a Lahaina homecoming event, which would be in July 2026. It's anticipated the total cost for this project will be $300,000, but the remainder will be funded through private donations that were received by the Office of Recovery over the past 2 years.
Questions? No questions.
Thank you, Chair. And my final one, Bill 11, this is for Appendix A, Part 2, the Affordable Housing Fund, the Kehalani Apartments project. It's to change the unit distribution. There will still be 35 units. It's just going to change how they're distributed between the different AMIs. And I did see that Mr. Bigley was signed up, so he will probably provide you information on this as well. But it is related to improving scoring in their application for state funding. Thank you, Chair.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Brian Whitman. He'll be testifying on Resolution 25-230. He'll be followed by Douglas Bigley.
Thank you, Chair Lee, council members, for listening to my ideas. This is regarding Resolution 25-230, establishing H3 and H4 hotel districts in reference to Bill 9, which is a partial solution to Maui housing that will not come into effect until 2029. The intense community involvement with Bill 9 and these related resolutions confirms the transformative nature of the county's power to create zoning laws. I would like to add that both county and state governments also have the power to create moratoriums from such restrictions in order to address housing emergencies. I'm referring specifically to Hawaii Session Law Act 15, passed under Governor John Waihee in 1988. I mentioned in previous testimony that more than 2,000 housing units were built in Maui County in the 70s and 80s, and in 1992, of these years, 1992 is the outlier, as the others were all within a general boom time, after which many more zoning and usage restrictions were enacted. But with Session Act 15, the state forced the building of affordable housing by allowing exemptions from all statutes, ordinances, charter provisions, and all rules relating to planning, zoning, and construction standards for subdivisions, as long as they, quote, did not contravene public health and safety considerations. In other words, the state canceled all Maui County restrictions for 5 years and made their own rules in partnership with Housing Finance Development Corporation, HFDC, which is now HHFDC. They built the villages of Leali'i in West Maui. More projects were planned, although some rather high-handed deals using Hawaiian homeland property, to which the DHHL rightly objected. And then the whole Act 15 automatically expired in 1993 anyway, and no further work was done. So my thoughts are, number one, even while working to amend and improve zoning laws, could the county also invite the state to consider legislating another Session Act in 2026 that would again temporarily suspend all county development law to fast track some affordable housing in West Maui? Point 2, I don't know if Mayor Hannibal Tavares perceived Session Act 15 as an unwelcome intrusion upon county authority or as a convenient opportunity to avoid having to take stands between opposing constituencies. In any case, the homes were built and there has not been a similar yearly increase in housing units on Maui since that time. I guess my time is up. Oh no, I got a minute later. Okay, one more paragraph. Number 3, could the public and or local government stimulate HHFDC and Hawaiian homelands to come to terms regarding adjacent developments? Perhaps develop a guaranteed ongoing generational leasehold system similar to Hawaiian Homes, $1 a year, for state-sponsored affordable homes, wherein the initial buyer can bequeath the home to heirs, but if the building is to be sold outside the family, it must be sold to someone on a qualification list, and only the building, not the land. Thank you, yeah.
Okay.
I'll have 3 minutes next time. I just have ideas I'd like to share with you guys. Thank you. Aloha.
All right, thank you. Oh, we have a question. Member Paulton?
Yeah, I'd like to clarify how that would work when it's the state CWRM holding up development of new housing in West Maui by dragging their feet on the water use permit applications. We can entitle all the housing you want. We already have 1,000 entitled, but as long as CWRM doesn't release the water, doesn't do the water use permit applications, it's not going anywhere. So maybe you should take this testimony to the state CWRM.
I will. I'll take this testimony to anywhere that you would recommend it. Also, I think that it seems to me that, I don't know exactly how that happened back in the 80s, but somehow the state government got hold of the emergency. And I don't know if that, if they generated that themselves or whether there was a public.
Basically, you can't build housing without water, so CWRM needs to get in gear. That's, I think, if you want to tip the scales, that's where it's at for West Maui.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Douglas Bigley. And please, Mr. Bigley, let us know which item you're testifying on, and he will be followed by Autumn Ness.
This is Douglas Bigley, and thank you. I am testifying on Resolution 26-4, and it's a lease of land on Lanai, and it's a project that we're actively been engaged in now for a while. And the land is a natural stepping stone first. And I just want to go back to just a couple of quick things. One is, as you all know, we just finished 289 units in Lahaina. And the process for us always starts at the very beginning. I always say to people that the opportunity to save time is always in the beginning. And land is a critical component for us. So we can't I like to do everything concurrently. Everybody asks, how do we move quickly? It's because we move concurrently on everything at the same time. So we're trying to get to the infrastructure as quickly as possible on this. And one of the critical components of that is to get this land lease completed. And that also speaks to how we get financing. It's always, I need to be able to control the land, to be able to get the financing, so it's kind of sequential. So I'm trying to move things concurrently. I'll be available if we want to discuss it, in detail or further, but St. Patience hasn't worked very well for me. I'll be honest with you all. It's been I pray every day, but we do need to kind of move this along if we can. So I appreciate everybody's efforts here. Thank you.
Okay, Doug, I'll lend you one of my angels. Any questions, members?
Please.
Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try to push for floor action on this. So for Mr. Bigley, can you restate how important it is that we get this done today for HHFDC deadlines, as well as anything else you want to add?
Yeah, we certainly have the HHFDC deadline looming because we start the application process. It's in February, and that's a critical. Land control is a critical component of that, and that's only a singular component. Gabe, I wanted to broaden it out that there's so much we have to do on this land. In addition to just that, we have all the planning that everybody's sitting waiting right now to move on a lot of different things. But the land is, like I was saying, it's kind of a critical component of everything right now.
Thank you so much. Mr. Bigley. Thank you, Chair.
No problem at all. Thank you.
Any more questions? If not, thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Autumn Ness. And Ms. Ness, please let us know which item or items you're testifying on, and she will be followed by Kai Nishiki.
Aloha, everybody. Happy New Year. I am here testifying on Bill 4. I'm so grateful for everybody for all of their creative problem solving here. A couple of updates, just so you know where this fits. We had this $5 million of managed retreat funding. Thank you, dedicated by you folks. This is likely going to be unspent per our commitment to you. We had some parcels identified on the shoreline that we would purchase potentially if they sold and be able to keep them in the Ohana's hands. If you remember correctly, we wanted to use this managed retreat funding responsibly in a way that doesn't set a bad precedent for shoreline buyouts elsewhere. So the good news is, instead of having to buy out these parcels that we have identified, we've worked with an organization called Huleaupaa and helped them do genealogy research so that they can apply for Aina Kapuna designation and not have to sell their land. So that's amazing. We can just hands off. Like I said, we promised that we would only spend this money if we needed it in a very specific lane. And it looks like we won't. I mean, the fiscal year is not over yet, but we are thinking we're going to let those funds lapse back into the fund. Open space money is a similar situation. All of the high priority parcels that we identified for this funding, actually by the community, they don't look like they're going to sell anytime soon, which is potentially good. Some of them were listed and sold before we could move on them because the speed of real estate in Lahaina is really fast. Or they don't fit the exact requirements for open space funds. And so for that same reason, we'd like to be good stewards of these funds and not just spend money because we can. And we know for sure that housing and residential parcels are the highest area of concern and the most urgent need. They're being listed and sold at record speed. We're bracing for the day the settlement is signed. The day the settlement is signed, we anticipate a large amount of land going up for sale. And so we are kind of building up a war chest to prevent those parcels going into investor hands. We currently have a $5 million matching grant that we're working through from a private foundation. Add this to our war chest and we can make some real progress of protecting 20% of Lahaina's residential real estate. That sounded crazy a couple of years ago, and we are on the path. We are going to do it. At the moment, we have Title II or an escrow for 17 parcels, including one newly constructed home. That's zoned totally for a total of 44 homes. We have a clear path and funding for construction in at least 10 of those parcels right now, so far. Additionally, we have 9 homes currently being rebuilt through our rebuild support program. That's Aina that's owned by the Ohana, but protected by deed restriction. And you'll see housewarming parties coming very, very soon on those. That's a total of 25 parcels in just over 2 years, you guys, that we've protected together. 53 homes that's zoned for.
Thank you.
So add, is that my 3 minutes? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the timer.
Yes, it went off. It went off.
I'm so sorry.
All right, we have a question for you, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ness. I just wanted to clarify when you said that the settlement gets dispersed or signed, you're anticipating a flood of sales. Is that because they still need to own the property in order to get the settlement monies?
Yeah, so, I want to be clear, there's 2 important things that are going to happen with the settlement coming up. One is that they think there might be some checks going out to folks, like interim money, but that is not like the settlement being signed. So there may, I'm not an attorney, this is what I hear. There may be a reality where people start to get settlement checks. It's like the minimum amount just to get them cash in hand, but the settlement itself hasn't been signed yet. And so if you sell your property before the settlement gets signed, it will affect the amount of money that you get. And so we actually internally have a list of people who are waiting to sell their property until the settlement gets signed. And that's only folks we know about. There are a lot of people that we don't know about that are also waiting. And the other folks who know about this deadline are big disaster capitalist investors. They're waiting. They know that the market is going to flood with parcels, and we need to be able to compete with them, because that's when the real, like, literal fire sale is going to happen. So we're just preparing for that.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Ms. Ness. I was just curious if residents are going to be selling their lots, are they, will they get taxed from the sales, especially estate tax?
That's a great question. I mean, folks, it's situational. Folks who sell to us in normal circumstances pay normal real estate transfer taxes. We've had a couple of unfortunate situations where, like, the family has moved already out of state and they just decided to sell to us. And in that case, in normal times, if you're an out-of-state buyer or seller, you have to pay higher conveyance taxes, right? We've actually helped folks apply for exemptions with the state because they're not just like an out-of-state buyer or seller. They were displaced by the fire. And in 2 situations, I think, if I remember right, we've had the state agree to exempt them from HARPTA taxes because the only reason they're an out-of-state resident is because they had to move because of the fire. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Anybody else? If not, thank you. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Kai Nishiki, and please let us know which item you're testifying on, and she will be followed by Jonathan Helton.
Aloha, Chair and members. I'm testifying on CC 261, CC 262, CR 263, CR 265, and Resolution 25230. Starting off with CR 263. I'm testifying in strong support of the West Maui swimming pool moratorium. I want to begin by noting that on today's agenda, there are some significant agenda items, namely the swimming pool moratorium, water conservation enforcement, and the amendments for the H3, H4 zoning proposal, and that they are deeply connected. Together, they represent an important shift towards caring for our public trust resources and prioritizing community quality of life. In our island home, our relationship with the environment is reciprocal. We care for the Aina and the Aina cares for us. One of the meanings of Aina is that which feeds. If we over-extract, over-consume, and overdevelop without limits, we undermine the very systems that sustain us. West Maui is already experiencing extreme water stress, post-fire recovery pressures and issues, and infrastructure limits. In that context, continuing to allow new swimming pools sends the wrong signal. Pools are not essential uses. Water is life, especially for the greatest need in West Maui, which is long-term, protected, pet-friendly, affordable housing. And that is what water will lead to. This moratorium is reasonable, temporary, and necessary safeguard. It does not take anything away from our community. It protects them. It helps ensure that our limited water resources are prioritized for our community, drinking water, fire protection, and basic household needs. We need to urgently prioritize the collective well-being, and this is what stewardship looks like in practice, recognizing limits and choosing restraint in times of scarcity. Thank you to Councilmember Paulton for this proposal. For CR 26-5, the Water Conservation Enforcement Bill, strong support. Conservation without the ability for enforcement is not actually conservation. It's just kind of like a suggestion. Our water is finite, sacred, and increasingly vulnerable, and we cannot afford to rely on voluntary compliance alone. Water is a public trust resource, not a private commodity. And while some users ignore restrictions or overuse water, particularly for non-essential purposes, it directly impacts everybody else. Residents' needs for housing, farmers, cultural practitioners, and our ecosystems. This bill is about fairness and accountability and ensures that those who follow the rules are not penalized while others exploit loopholes. This gives the county the tools it needs to respond quickly during drought, fire risk, and infrastructure strain. Most importantly, enforcement protects community trust. Residents are far more willing to conserve when they see that all the rules are equally applied and that there's actual enforcement happening. This legislation aligns with our values of Malama Aina and shared responsibility and acknowledges our survival and resilience, which depends on collective action, not just good intentions. And we really need water conservation enforcement in West Maui. As you know, no new pet-friendly rentals or homes that are truly affordable and protected from speculation are being approved. And as the former chair of the West Maui CPAC, back then, we were already thousands of units behind, and it is shameful that at this point that there is no new housing being developed in West Maui. Moving on to CC 261, CC 262, and Resolution 25-230. I'm testifying in support of the creation of the H3H4 zoning district with strong amendments and safeguards, particularly for shoreline areas and in regards to vacation rentals. This effort to improve zoning by addressing the mess that previously existed in A1, A2 has been a long time coming, and we applaud the council for continuing each of the necessary steps to complete this equally important and complicated legislative errand, establishing zoning efficiency. Thank you to Councilmember Cook for taking the initiative to draft this companion legislation in such a timely manner, and most importantly, for being open to discussion of the equally important changes before Planning Commission transmission to allow for fuller discussion. We understand and support the council's desire to transmit this proposed bill to the Planning Commissions with expediency. And so I'm very grateful to Councilmember Paulton and Councilmember Rollins-Fernandez, who took swift action and offered amendments to address glaring absent safeguards to ensure community benefit is gained in exchange for this huge upzoning gift. And that the nearshore environment is carefully considered as sea level rise and coastal erosion continue their natural inland approach, impacting structures nearing the end of their useful life. The proposed amendments acknowledge the fact that shoreline property owners have a great responsibility to our community and our environment now, and especially in the near future when structures will need to be removed. With great privilege comes great kuleana. We appreciate the flexibility of each one of you who offered extra meetings and opportunities for public participation to ensure a well-rounded discussion take place and that responsible, thoughtful policy will result in the end. This proposal represents one of the most significant zoning shifts the county has contemplated. When the county changes zoning, especially in shoreline hazard areas, it is not just granting development rights. It's making a statement about who benefits, who bears risk, and how we protect public trust resources over time. if you look carefully at these amendments and you recall what County Planning Director Blystone read to you in change of zoning 19.510040, that the county council may grant a change of zoning if all of the criteria are met. And mostly it has to do with consistency with community plans and adverse effects on our infrastructure, water system, sewer, and also adverse effects regarding social, cultural, economic, environmental, and ecological character and quality of the surrounding area. So these proposed amendments are taking into that into consideration. And planning director also put forward that.
Ms. Nishiki, could you conclude, please? Could you conclude?
Yes. She had mentioned that requirements within the new zoning district should be carefully considered because there should not be a reliance on change in zoning conditions at that time. Thank you very much.
Did you have time for the other subjects? Did you cover all of them?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were saying that I was finished. I do have just a few more items.
3 minutes for each. Yeah.
Chair.
Yes.
Can we check if online they can hear the beeps, the alarm, timer?
I don't think we can.
Yeah, I
I
figured.
haven't heard anything, but.
Okay, well, I'll let you know.
Previous testifiers.
I'll let you know.
But
Okay.
You can't hear it, so that's the reason why I'll come on. But, 3 minutes is kind of a long time, so we try and encourage you to confine your testimony within that time frame, okay? So you can proceed with the rest of the items.
Okay. So in addition, in looking at these amendments, it is important to consider that in a county-initiated change in zoning, much of the costs and responsibilities are then placed on the county to provide lots of documentation and
Okay, Ms. Nishiki, I meant on the other items that you didn't testify on yet?
Oh, I'm testifying on.
There's three of them on the change in zoning, because
Three.
my amendment, her amendment, and the actual change in zoning. But if the testifier camera is on, she can look at the clock.
The timer is still going.
Okay.
Oh,
Can,
so just so
can you see the clock?
understand,
Can you see the clock?
no, the reason that you can't see the clock is because the view online is of the entire chamber. And so you cannot see where the testifier would be, and that's where the clock is at. I think that council or staff has access to both cameras perhaps, and it might make it easier for those online to have the view of the testifier stand.
Okay, maybe
area.
we can do that
Anyway,
later, but for now, why don't you continue with your testimony? I realize there's two ASFs, plus the item. So, but if you're going to testify, can you testify on them separately rather than combining everything? Okay? So at what point, I know you've already discussed the ASFs. Did you have more to say on that?
All right, Chair, real quick.
Yes. Wait, excuse me, Ms. Nishiki, could you hold on one second? Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So there's two ways that our testifiers online providing testimony remotely would be able to see the timer. One way is through clicking the three dots that has more under there and choosing, view, and then you choose large gallery is one way. And then the other way is to close, you go to more, you go to settings, and you close all the videos that are currently not on.
Do you want to try that, Ms. Nishiki?
Yes, I have done both of those.
You've tried it and you don't see the timer.
In more, I can't close things. Under view, I do have gallery up.
Large
but like
gallery.
I said, the chambers.
There's the gallery and a large gallery. Did you try the large gallery? Clicking on that? Or do you just
Yeah.
see the chambers?
And then I can see the testifiers.
Yeah.
The camera.
Yes. You see it?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay. So where did you leave off exactly?
But then it kind of moves around as,
Yeah, that's what I thought. You're kind of moving around, so it's hard to say that you spend 3 minutes on each item, because you kind of go from one lane to the next lane, right? And then come back to the other lane. So why don't you just, how about you just take 3 minutes to finish it up?
I will be finished in less than a minute. Thank you.
Okay, let's do this. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Any zoning framework in these areas must prioritize, and I'm talking about the shoreline area, must prioritize risk reduction, public access, and long-term community benefit, not short-term private gain. That is why the amendments and requirements matter. Without them, H3, H4 zoning will increase property values for offshore owners and could unintentionally incentivize redevelopment in areas that are already vulnerable. With the right safeguards, however, this zoning can support managed transition, limit harmful shoreline impacts, and ensure that vacation rental use does not override residential quality of life or coastal resilience. And that's why I wanted to bring your attention back to what Director Blystone read off on the change in zoning criteria that are met, because these amendments specifically speak to what she was speaking about in consistency with the community plans and the adverse effects. So I hope that council members will carefully look at the change in zoning 19.510040 for that criteria, and ask Director Blystone to be a resource so that she can also share that requirements in this new zoning district should be considered, so that we are not faced with 90 properties before the Planning Commission, all being testified against on numerous separate conditions of zoning, and then they're just kind of like all over the place, and lots of work for everybody. So this is the time to carefully consider all of the ramifications, and you folks need to consider that with county-initiated change in zoning, that also circumvents a lot of required environmental review. For instance, when a change in zoning and a community plan amendment are necessary, that would be, environmental review would be exempted through a county or council-initiated process. And, properties developed back in the 60s and 70s were not, a lot of things weren't considered back then. So thank you very much for your consideration. Mahalo.
Are there any clarifying questions, members? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier?
Chair, the next testifier is Jonathan Helton, and please let us know which item or items you're testifying on, and he will be followed by Everett Dowling.
course, I'm going to be testifying on Bill 183. So, good morning, Chair and Vice Chair, members of the council. I'm Jonathan Elton. For the record, I am a registered lobbyist on behalf of the Grassroots Institute of Hawaii, and the Grassroots Institute supports Bill 183. So, I'm sure you're all familiar with the bill, but for a bit of context for those who aren't, the bill would increase the height limit in the West Maui Community Plan and the National Historic Landmark District in Lahaina from 30 feet to 35 feet. It would also create an exemption for structures that were taller than 35 feet before the fire so that they will be able to rebuild back to their pre-fire heights. That would apply to certain historic buildings such as the Waiola Church. Grassroots supports this bill because we think it's going to promote fairness for anyone who's looking to rebuild. We think it's going to make it at least possible for some of these buildings to be built back in a way that is similar to the aesthetic of old Lahaina before the fire. And for that reason, if any of you have looked at my written testimony, Grassroots is requesting an amendment to the bill. Right now, the bill's waiver of the height limit for pre-fire properties only applies to public and quasi-public use properties. Now, back in one of the Planning Commission meetings, the Planning Department said that it doesn't have an exhaustive list of properties that were taller than 35 feet before the fire. It did say that it knows the Wharf Cinema Center was taller than that. So for that property, in order for them to rebuild to their pre-fire height, they would have to most likely go through all of the hassle of trying to get community plan amendment for their building. So that's why Grassroots is requesting the amendment that I laid out in my written testimony, which is essentially just removing the public and quasi-public use term in the text of the bill, so that any property, no matter what use it was before the fire, if it's rebuilding back, it would be allowed to rebuild back to its pre-fire height. I think this amendment would give everybody in Lahaina, regardless of what their building was, the chance to build back what they had. And I think that that's what a lot of the bills that this council has put forward and passed have tried to do. I think that's what the community has demonstrated that it wants in a lot of cases. And for that reason, I would ask for support for that amendment. Happy to answer any questions, and thank you guys for your time.
Are there any questions for Mr. Helton? If not, I thank you very much. I do want to let you know, as well as the members and everyone else, that I intend to ask to table this item because I was informed this morning that a public hearing is required. So we're going to have to hold that in the district and then take it up after that, after the public hearing. Okay, no more questions.
Thank you for letting me know.
Yep. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, the next testifier is Everett Dowling, who will be testifying on Bill 11. And currently, Mr. Dowling is the last testifier.
Okay.
Chair Lee and council members, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I'm here to testify representing Dowling Company. We're, as you might recall, last year, the council approved a 35-unit, 100% affordable project in Kealani, which was awarded $3.5 million of a loan from the Affordable Housing Fund. Since we were last before the council, we were able to tweak, based upon our construction costs, we were able to tweak the affordability to make it a bit more affordable. The new affordability obligation is less, actually greater than what was approved by the council. So originally, the council approved 4 units at 30%, 0 units at 50%, 31 units at 60% AMI for a blended rate of 56% AMI. Subsequently, we've been able to, based upon our construction costs coming in slightly better than expected, we're at 3 units at 30% AMI, 8 units at 50% AMI, and 24 units at 60% AMI for a blended affordability of 53% AMI. So it's some fine tuning, and appreciate your support of Bill 11. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Member Paulton.
I'm so sorry, but could you repeat what you said about what it used to be?
Previously, it was at 30% 4, at 50% 0, at 60% 31 for a blended affordability of 56% AMI. The current is three units.
Oh, I got the current. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
You're welcome.
Any more questions, members? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Jim Langford. Mr. Langford, please let us know which item or items you're testifying on.
Aloha. I am testifying on, the numbers get a little odd for me, as you know, on the ethics. I'm full support of the ethics department and all the hirings there. If anybody in a software support or personnel support, I'd love to offer my autism to the process so that it can serve the community ethically. That would be lovely. And it is funny, sorry. As well, I posted some solutions to the water online on the Facebook, and wrote a bunch of grants to cover the financial needs of implementing the water in the new H3, H4 zonings as well. So just to stay ahead of that. So there's a lot of great information on there. I hope you find it useful and loving. And Happy New Year to you all. And congratulations to fun yes, brother. The smile was good enough. I'm not going to practice and embarrass myself. Aming balita pare, nang bagal Dios. That's what I got to say to you. So mabuhay and have a blessed day. And thank you, but please review that information. It'll save about $740 million over the next 10 years. Yes, ma'am. Implementing, and it doesn't slow development, it actually refines it. And what Councilperson Payton was speaking about, earlier about the limitations on the state, I worked around it using atmospheric water generation systems. Those aren't encumbered by the state because it takes it from the air, not under the water. So anyway, that good stuff. Yes, ma'am. Okay, have a blessed day. Congratulations. Aloha.
Thank you. Questions, members? If not, thank you very much. May we have the next testifier, please?
Chair, I see J.C. Law making his way to the podium.
Lula Ho'omololi on the agenda. Thank you, Clerk's Office. This agenda has got a lot of stuff going on, but it's very understandable in English. And so I understand that this is at the beginning of the meeting still, right? The testimony. Mm-hmm. And the Wilcox Rebellion was January 6th to January 9th, 1895. And I would really like to know a lot more about that. But I don't know where I can get that kind of information because I don't have a computer, and the state library across the street is inaccessible. There's a person there that's blocking the Ike from me. So a Pledge of Allegiance in Olelo Hawaiian, I think it says Olelo Ho Hiki Kupa'a. And it says just Pledge of Allegiance, but it doesn't say who to pledge allegiance to. So if I could get the Pledge of Allegiance that the United States uses, then I could probably just insert there where it says Pledge Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and I could just substitute the flag of the Kingdom of Hawaii. And yeah, that's it for now. I'll be back.
Thank you. Questions, members? If not, may we have the next testifier?
Chair, currently there are no other testifiers signed up for testimony at the beginning of the meeting. So if anyone wishes to testify at the beginning of the meeting under general testimony, please raise your hand in teams or make your way to the podium. Chair seeing none, the countdown is 3, 2, 1. There is no one indicating they wish to testify.
Any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony at the beginning of the meeting? So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on to testimony on county communications. Currently, there is no one signed up to testify on county communications except J.C. Law.
Shirley, I would like to compliment Ho'omaikai Tamara Paltner with her glasses on. She looks like a kahu there. And I just wanted to say that I'm pretty sure she got that with County Communications 26-1. That's a good one.
No questions. Next testifier.
Chair, there is no one else signed up to testify in county communications, so we'll go ahead and give last call. Seeing no one raising their hand in teams or making their way to the podium, counting down 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one else to testify.
Any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony on communications? So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is CC 26-1, Councilmember Paulton transmitting a proposed amendment to Resolution 25-230 entitled Referring to the Lanai, Maui, and Molokai Planning Commission's proposed bill amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance to establish the H3 and H4 hotel districts.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. If there's no objections, I would like to ask that County Communication 26-1 be postponed until Resolution 25-230 is taken up.
Any objections? No objections. Okay, so ordered. Next item.
Chair, before you is CC 26-2, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez transmitting a proposed amendment to Resolution 25-230 entitled Referring to the Lanai, Maui, and Molokai Planning Commissions, a proposed bill amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance to establish the H3 and H4 hotel districts.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Same Z's. If there are no objections, may I request that CC 26-2 be postponed until Reso 25-230.
Any objections, members? If not, so ordered. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, we're now on to committee reports. There's no one signed up to testify, but I see Mr. Law making his way to the podium again.
Committee reports. Na ho ike komike. Your favorite one, Luna Ho'omoluli, the Raptor Committee. The United States Department of the United States popped out there on me. And I just want to thank Director Mitchell for working with the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. These are very trying times, but he seems like he's doing a pretty good job and he's happy with your guys' cooperation.
No questions. Go ahead.
There is no one else signed up to testify, so this is last call. You can raise your hand in teams or make your way to the podium, but this is last call. The countdown is 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one indicating desire to testify.
Any objections to closing public testimony on committee reports and accepting written testimony into the record? So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Chair from the Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee is CR 26-1, recommending adoption of Resolution 25-221 to amend the fiscal year 2026 budget Department of Public Works by transferring $145,000 from Road, Bridge, and Drainage Maintenance Program Highway Fund Category A salaries and $75,000 from Traffic Management Program Highway Fund Category A salaries to the Traffic Management Program Highway Fund Category B Operations and Equipment to cover $220,000 in unanticipated operational costs.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
If there are no objections, may I please request the clerk also called CR 26-2.
Any objections, members? Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is CR 26-2, recommending the following. 1, first reading of Bill 177, 2025 to amend Ordinance 58, 2025, which authorizes the mayor to enter into intergovernmental agreements for loans from the state of Hawaii's Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund to finance various projects, to add a $22,409,000 project entitled Lahaina Wastewater Reclamation Facility, Returned Activated Sludge, RAS/dewatering upgrades, and 2, first reading of Bill 178, 2025 to amend fiscal year 2026 budget by one, amending section 2 estimated revenues by increasing other intergovernmental by $22,409,000, two, amending section 4.A.6.A Department of Environmental Management West Maui Community Plan area by adding a state revolving loan fund appropriation entitled Lahaina Wastewater Reclamation Facility Returned Activated Sludge RES dewatering upgrades in the amount of $22,409,000, three, adjusting the totals accordingly, and four, amending Appendix C, Capital Improvement Projects, Department of Environmental Management, West Maui Community Plan Area, by increasing the appropriation for Lahaina Wastewater Reclamation Facility Returned Activated Sludge RES dewatering upgrades by $22,409,000 from $10 million to $32,409,000.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt recommendations in committee reports 26-1 and 26-2.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Uhajins. Yeah, the other Kolohe one. Okay. Okay. Discussion.
Relating to committee reports 26-1, resolutions 221 transfers $220,000 from salaries to operations and equipment within the Department of Public Works. The funding is needed to repair vehicles damaged in accidents and to replace failing traffic signal equipment. The department can still cover salary costs through fiscal year 26 after this transfer. Relating to Committee Report 26-2, Bill 177-178 amends the authorization for loans from the State Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund and the fiscal year 26 budget, respectively, to recognize $22,409,000 for the Lahaina Wastewater Reclamation Facility returned activated sludge and dewatering upgrade project. This funding will support assessments, design, permitting, and construction for the renovations of the aging facility and equipment. The budget director reports this loan is eligible for 100% principal forgiveness. We like that.
Any more discussion? All those in favor of approving the recommendations in committee reports 26-1 and 26-2, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay. 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries.
Chair from the Disaster Recovery, International Affairs and Planning Committee is CR 26-3, recommending first reading of Bill 161 CD1 2025 to establish restrictions on the permitting and construction of new private swimming pools in the West Maui Community Plan area until December 31st, 2030, or until specified conditions relating to water availability have been satisfied, whichever is earlier.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt the recommendations in CR 26-3.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Nancy, to approve the recommendations in Committee Report 26-3. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Your Disaster Recovery, International Affairs and Planning Committee met on December 17th, 2025 to discuss Bill 161. The Board of Water Supply and Maui Planning Commission reviewed and supported the bill while emphasizing the need for broader water conservation measures beyond pool restrictions, which Member Cook so graciously took up. As Lahaina is faced with rebuilding in addition to low rainfall patterns and a stage 2 water shortage declaration, ensuring water availability to support growing housing needs is paramount. The bill is intended to allow for the reconstruction of swimming pools in the West Maui Community Plan area that were destroyed by the August 2023 Maui wildfires, should they like to, not required to. Your committee amended the bill to clarify that the reconstruction of a private swimming pool is also exempt and to incorporate non-substantive revisions. Bill 161 incorporates the Maui Planning Commission's recommended modifications. Therefore, the requirement of an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the council's entire membership is not triggered under Charter Section 8-8.6 paren 2. Your committee voted 7-0 to recommend passage of Bill 161 CD1 on first reading. This is something that the community had been asking me for, and I respectfully ask for the members' support of my motion.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye. Aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair from the Special Committee on Real Property Tax Reform is CR 264, recommending first reading of Bill 168 CD1 2025 to create a new real property tax exemption for homes rented at no more than 70% of fair market rents set by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, beginning with the tax year starting July 1, 2027.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to adopt the recommendations in CR 26-4.
Second.
Okay, moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Johnson, to approve the recommendations in CR 26-4. Discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Attached to CR 26-4 is Bill 168. The bill's purposes are to, 1, increase the combined home and long-term rental exemption threshold, and 2, create a new exemption for dwellings rented at no more than 70% of fair market rents. Your committee notes that Bill 168 is intended to advance the countywide policy plan objective to reduce the affordable housing deficit for residents by exploring taxation mechanisms to increase and maintain access to affordable housing. The bill proposes to use real property tax relief to support below market long-term rental for residents. Your committee voted 4-0 to recommend passage of Bill 168 CD1 2025 on first reading. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair from the Water and Infrastructure Committee is CR 26-5, recommending first reading of Bill 158 CD1 2025 to establish water conservation measures and to regulate water use during water shortage declarations.
Member Cook.
Chair, I move to adopt recommendations in Committee Report 26-5.
Second.
Moved by Member Cook, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura, to approve the recommendation in Committee Report 26-5. Discussion, Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Your Water and Infrastructure Committee met on December 17th, 2025 to discuss Bill 158, 2025. Bill 158 establishes water conservation measures and regulates water use during declared water shortages, shifting the county from a reactive approach to a proactive, long-term framework for sustainable water management. Maui County's freshwater resources are under increasing strain due to the recurring drought, declining stream flows, rising chloride levels in the wells, aging infrastructure, and growing demand, particularly for affordable housing. Bill 158 addresses these challenges by embedding conservation practices at all times, not only during emergencies, and by modernizing notification and irrigation requirements to reduce avoidable water waste. Your committee voted 7-0 to recommend passage of Bill 158 CD1 2025 on first reading, which incorporates clarifying amendments, technical and non-substantive revisions, and committee recommendation changes to strengthen conservation standards while providing sufficient time for implementation. I respectfully ask for the members' support of my motion. At this time, may I please ask the clerk to distribute my amended summary form.
Members, I'd like to see if we could get through the next few items as quickly as possible, because I did tell Member Paulton that we were going to break at 11:30, and it's...
Oh, Chair, my aide was able to do what I needed to do, so that requirement is no longer needed by me.
Okay, all right. Member Cook.
Thank you. I move to amend Bill 158 CD1 2025 by striking the language in proposed code section 14.06B.150 and inserting the following in its place. 14.06B.150 swimming pools. A, pool covers must be used to limit evaporation from swimming pools under the control, management, and operation of the Department of Parks and Recreation whenever pool covers provide for greater public safety. B, pool covers are required for all private swimming pools except for the times the pool's repair when not in use during the day, the property is vacant, or the swimming pool is unused for more than 30 consecutive days. C, existing private swimming pools are not required to comply with this section until March 1st, 2027.
Second. Okay, it's been moved by Member Cook, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura to approve the amendment as just read by Member Cook. Discussion, Member Cook.
This amendment improves the readability and organization of Section 14.06B.150 Maui County Code by grouping related requirements for private swimming pools into one subsection. The reorganization reduces potential confusion, makes the code easier to understand and apply, and reflects the committee's intent without changing the underlying policy. I respectfully ask for the members' support of my motion.
Any further discussion, Member Paulton?
Thank you. I don't have any objection. I think it's basically the same, and just where you're putting it, just double checking if Corp Counsel is okay with it.
Corp Counsel?
Hi, thank you. We didn't get this in enough time to sign off on it, but I did review it yesterday, and I would have signed off on it if I had gotten it in time.
Great, thank you. That is all I needed.
Any other questions or further discussion? Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. I'm supportive. I guess in the future, it would be really helpful if there's like RAM 0 version so I can see the amendments instead of trying to quickly make the comparisons on the floor when it's distributed on the floor the morning of.
Agreed. I received this morning.
I'm sorry, from the department. Okay. Okay, so to the departments, if they can please submit a RAM 0 version to the committee chairs if they're going to be distributing and requesting these changes on the floor the day of. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, I'm sure Mr. Stufflebean is listening to our...
He loves our meetings.
Yeah,
I hear he watches them all the time.
Yeah. No wonder we don't have water. Okay. All right, okay. Any more discussion?
No further comments, Chair. I respectfully ask the members to support my motion.
Okay. All those in favor, or do you have a comment? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand, say aye. Okay, 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. And now the main motion as amended. Any more discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on to resolutions. Currently, we have no one signed up to testify on the resolutions. I see J.C. Law making his way again to the podium.
Oh, this council stuff is hard here, especially when you got two different languages to learn. If it was in Spanish, I could probably do a lot better, but is Bill 192 under ordinances yet?
We're on resolutions right now.
Oh, okay, well, I'll skip that one then. I'm waiting for 192 to come up. I don't want to try your patience too much, Chairman.
Do we have another testify?
Chair, no, there currently is no one else to testify on resolutions, so we'll give last call for testimony on the resolutions. Counting down 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one else to testify.
Any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony on resolutions? No objections, so ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Resolution 26-2, authorizing a one-year extension to grant of lease of county real property to Nahale Kupuna lessee.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
May I also please request the clerk also call up Resolution 26-3.
Any objections, members? Ms. Clerk.
Resolution 26-3, authorizing a one-year extension to grant of lease of county real property to Nahale Kupuna lessee.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt Resolutions 26-2 and 26-3.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Hodgins to adopt Resolutions 26-2 and 26-3. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Resolutions 26-2 and 26-3 authorize one-year lease extensions for tenants in county-owned properties in Nahale Kupuna program. I ask for the members' support of my motion. Thank you, Chair.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye. Member Johnson, 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Resolution 26-4, authorizing a grant of ground lease to A0745 Lanai LP, for real property located on Lanai, Hawaii, identified for real property tax purposes as tax map key 249002058 under sections 3.40.200 and 3.36.090 Maui County Code.
But, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 26-4.
Second.
Moved by Member Johnson, seconded by Member Senensi to adopt Resolution 26-4. Discussion, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. The Lanai 201H Affordable Housing Project was proposed by the Department of Housing and Human Concerns for this property was approved by the council almost 15 years ago. After receiving no responses to its request for proposals to develop the property in 2016, and after considering various development options, the county proposed a partnership with Ikaiko Hana. In November 2024, the council adopted a resolution stating the county's intent to enter a memorandum of understanding with Ikaiko Hana to develop the property. Resolution 26-4 would grant a ground lease for the property to A0745 Lanai LP, whose nonprofit general partner is Ikaiko Hana, under the terms and conditions in Exhibit C, and authorize the county to execute the ground lease for this property. This resolution would advance the goal of developing a long-term affordable housing project on Lanai. The project's master plan consists of approximately 372 residential units, with approximately 199 for sale, affordable lots, and 173 affordable multifamily rental and for sale units. By adopting this resolution today, the developer of this much-needed affordable housing project may proceed without any committee-related delay on the issue. I understand there's urgency to get the council approval of the lease for the developer to be more competitive in its application for the HHFDC funding, and that's key. You see in the audience here, we have some folks from Department of Housing. They're here to answer any questions, and also Mr. Bigley is online as well. So I ask for the members' full support of my motion. Thank you, Chair.
Any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries.
Mahalo, members.
Did you want a break? Yeah.
No, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I forgot.
Okay. Next item.
Thank you, Chair. Moving on to testimony on the, only on the ordinances on today's agenda. I see J.C. Law making his way to the podium. Currently, he is our only testifier.
I think I set a record today, Chair Lee. The Hawaiian word of the day, as you said, was patience, and to try one's patience is ho'omana vanui. Mana vanui. Okay, Bill Pila 192 is safe parking. Thank you, Clerk's Office, for letting me have another copy of the bill. And thank you for Chris Kish in the county still calls him the homeless guy, but hopefully he'll change. We'll get some approval from the lawyers to change the wording pretty soon. So I'm glad to see they used the word houseless over there. And I'm going to the meetings on the 6th floor. And I wanted to ask Mr. Rotz about the 6th floor freedom of speech rules, because he explained there's a couple of words I'm not supposed to use here, but yeah, using the American word for houseless people is very derogatory. And so, to be brief, I would just like to say I'm sorry that I apologize on behalf of the Kula Roman Catholics that they didn't They weren't able to get it together enough to let a couple of people stay in their parking lot up there. They don't seem to be using the building or the Aina very much. And also the King's Cathedral Church up there in Kula is been pretty much vacant over the holidays. So I'm keeping an eye on them for you, Chair Lee.
Thank you. Questions? If not,
Chair will go ahead and give last call for testimony on today's, on the ordinances on today's agenda. Seeing no one raising their hand in teams or making their way to the podium. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one else indicating they wish to testify.
members, any objections to closing public testimony on the ordinances and accepting written testimony for the record? So ordered. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, for referral to the Water and Infrastructure Committee is Bill 1, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the water availability policy on subdivision construction plans.
Any objections to the referral? So ordered. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, for referral to the Budget and Finance Committee is Bill 2, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending Section 2.56.080 Maui County Code relating to setting the salaries by the Executive Director and establishing new pay scales. And Bill 3, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the County of Maui, estimated revenues, capital improvement projects, Department of Housing, West Maui Community Plan Area, other projects, housing, interim financing, and buyback revolving fund, Komohana Hale Apartments, rebuild, and Appendix C, Department of Housing, West Maui Community Plan Area, Komohana Hale Apartments, rebuild.
Objection.
Yes, Member Paulton.
I'd like to take floor action on Bill 3 today. I move to pass Bill 3 on first reading.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, discussion on that? It's been moved and seconded by Member Paulton and Member Rollins Fernandez to pass Bill 3, right? Pass Bill 3. And so we're in discussion.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if the members are aware of the looming FEMA deadline. There was an email sent out by FEMA today that 700 households may need to vacate their premises by February 28th. That's 700 households that will be looking for housing if the extension doesn't come through. And this seems like a technical issue, the name of a fund, how it was created. We do know there's $2 million in insurance proceeds. We do know that the Department of Housing has put out an RFP and secured a vendor with Group 70. And this is, besides the big Leohana, no government-supported rental affordable housing has been created, and it happened August 8th, 2023. It's now January 7th, 2025. This is an untenable situation. We know no new housing is coming until Seaworm is done. And so it's like a genocide of Lahaina to even wait 3 months. That was my own saying, but the Department of Housing has received insurance proceeds from the Komohana Hale Apartments damaged in the August 2023 Maui wildfires. The funding will be used for pre-development costs, including project design, planning, and site work to rebuild Komohana Hale Apartments. If there could be a 7B presentation between then and now, that would be preferable. If there's council action that needs to happen before second reading, I'm fully ready and available for a special council meeting, but we can't wait any longer. Everybody is asking, what is the county gonna do? What is the council gonna do for these 700 households? And dragging our feet is just not acceptable.
Okay, any more discussion? Vice Chair Sugimura.
So maybe the questions that come up, I'll do a 7B so we can talk about it. We can pass it on first reading. And so it'll be information available so that we can meet with that guideline. Meet with that deadline, not guideline.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Discussion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Wonderful.
Thank you, members.
Yep.
Thank you.
Motion passes. But yeah, we're going to go back to Bill 1 and 2. That was supposed to be referred to committee.
Just Bill 2.
Just Bill 2. Bill 2
For
referred to committee.
referral to Beefhead.
Any objections to read that referral? I don't know if I already said that. No? Okay, very good. Next item.
Thank you, Chair. Moving on to Bill 4, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, increasing estimated revenues, carryover savings, general fund by $5 million. Department of Housing Program, increase the appropriation for grant to Lahaina Community Land Trust by $5 million. Appendix A, Part 2, Open Space, Natural Resources, Cultural Resources, and Scenic Views Preservation Fund, delete the condition for Lahaina Community Land Trust in the amount of $5 million.
Member Paulton.
Thank you. I move to pass Bill 4 on first reading.
Second.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez to pass Bill 4 on first reading. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you. Bill 4 amends the fiscal year 2026 budget by reallocating $5 million from the Open Space Fund to a Department of Housing grant for Lahaina Community Land Trust. The Open Space Fund restrictions will not allow Lahaina Community Land Trust to work with the necessary flexibility. Using funds from the general fund will allow Lahaina Community Land Trust to proceed immediately with their work. I believe Director Milner as well as Ms. Ness are available if there's further questions or discussion for them.
Any more discussion? Member Vice Chair Sugimura.
Autumn Ness is kind of amazing, and her testimony that she gave was kind of on many, many things. I wonder if it can come to my committee for 7B, and so that we can get all the different elements that she was talking about, so the council has a clear view of what is actually happening, especially with what Member Paulton just shared about FEMA. I really think that use of this $5 million is good, but let's hear what houses or whatever they can without, disclosing any kind of privacy information.
I totally support that, and I believe Ms. Ness indicated she absolutely would love that.
Yeah. And that you can schedule on your own, that one, the 7Bs. This is the second one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Right?
In a row.
Okay, any more discussion on the motion to pass this item? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I'd like to correct the record. Ms. Autumn Ness is not kinda amazing. She's very amazing, and we're very grateful to her. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay. I didn't think I would have to practice patience this soon.
Chair, that's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
And old her butt. That's the problem. Okay, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I support everything that everyone's discussing right now, especially how awesome Autumn Ness is. I would just ask Councilmember Sugimura that, this discussion about what the work that Autumn Ness and her group is doing is very timely before budget. So maybe if you do the 7B before we get into budget, because maybe that's something a priority of one of our members could look at, because as you know, she said that, there's going to be checks being written. A lot of these lands will be sold real fast. So it would be a shame that we're not ready. So hopefully, if you could do the 7B before we get into budget season, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Chair.
Well, I don't know if I'd say she's that amazing, but I have referred people to her, and they have sold their properties to the trust. So I know for a fact how effective she is, and I appreciate what she does. Anybody else? Okay. Now, did we take the vote? Okay. No. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, members.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Next item.
Chair, before you is Bill 5, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, Office of the Mayor Economic Development Program, Makua Paia Haiku, Economic Development, Environmental and Cultural Programs, removing the conditional language for Kaizen Group, Inc., and inserting conditional language for Namako Umualiko.
Member Uu Hudgens.
Thank you, Chair. I move to pass Bill 5, 2026 on first reading.
Moved by Member Uhajian, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura, to pass Bill 5 on first reading. Discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Bill 5 deletes conditional language for Kaizen Group Incorporated and inserts Namaka o Maliko in its place to support the preservation, restoration, and maintenance of lands and adjoining Maliko Gulch. Kaizen Group will not be able to use the funds this fiscal year. And at this time, I respectfully ask the members' support of this motion. Thank you.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you is Bill 6, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, increasing estimated revenues, carryover savings, general fund by $162,500, Department of Human Concerns Program, grants and disbursements for health, human services, and education, increase the appropriation for houseless programs in the amount of $162,500.
Vice Chair Sugimura. Speak into the mic, please.
Sorry. If there are no objections, may I please request the clerk to also call Bill 7, 26, and Bill 11, 2026.
Any objections, members? So
No
ordered.
objection.
Ms. Clerk,
Bill 7.
Ms. Clerk can read them all.
Thank you. Bill 7, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, Appendix A, Part 1, East Maui Water Authority, Hawaii Community Foundation, Freshwater Initiative, new appropriation of $40,000. And Bill 11, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, Appendix A, Part 2, Affordable Housing Fund, Kehalani Affordable LLC, to update the unit distribution.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair. I move to pass Bill 6, Bill 7, and Bill 11, 2026 on first reading.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Uhajian, to pass Bills 6, 7, and 11, and discussion.
Thank you. All these bills are amendments to the fiscal year 26 budget. Bill 6 recognizes $162,500 in general fund carryover savings and appropriations and appropriates it for the Department of Human Concerns Houseless Program for a safe parking pilot program, and funds cover increased site work costs and a 15% contingency. Bill 7 adds a $40,000 grant appropriation in Appendix A, Part 1 for East Maui Water Authority. The grant funds will be used to support the East Maui Stewardship Plan, and Bill 11 amends fiscal year 26 budget to update the Kehalani Apartment Project Unit distribution in the Affordable Housing Fund. The project remains 35 units, but changes the unit mix across the area medium income tiers. The new proposed mix is 3 units at below 30%, 8 units at or below 50%, and 24 units at or below 60%, shared by Everett Dowling. The budget director reports that the developer requested the change to support their financing application with the state low housing tax circuit program. I request to ask the members' support for my motion. Thank you, Chair.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Bill 8, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, Department of Management, Office of Recovery Program, adding new conditional language for Festivals of Aloha Incorporated.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I move to pass Bill 8 on first reading.
Second.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura, to pass Bill 8 on first reading. Discussion. Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Bill 8 amends the fiscal year 2026 budget by adding conditional language for Festivals of Aloha, Inc. for a Lahaina homecoming event in the amount of $13,137 under the Office of Recovery Program. Coming out of the Economic Recovery Commission, there is a group called the Healing Hui, which they've been gracious enough to let me sit in on their weekly meetings. And one of the members shared with us that her mother had to move to Texas. And this small town in Texas is kind of a lot like Maui, where people can't afford to stay there, and so there's a big diaspora. And they created a homecoming event where people from that town come back annually, and they host like all the things that they grew up with. Like for us, it would be like, you know, chow fun and tabon dance or whatever. But the Hui loved this idea so much, and of course Daryl Fujiwara, as part of the group, said, "Don't wait, let's do it." And it kind of combines promoting tourism as well as Kama'aina Come Home, because not a lot of people come back, even for vacation or not. And so much has changed for Lahaina, and we have a lot of professions that we need to fill. So we hope to plant the seeds for people to have the idea of coming back to Lahaina and repopulating Lahaina with our diaspora residents. The Lahaina Homecoming event would bring the Lahaina community together and encourage former Lahaina residents to return. The total anticipated cost is $300,000, with the remaining costs to be funded by private donations. I hope to all see you at the Lahaina Homecoming, and I ask for the members' support of my motion. Thank you, Chair.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, for referral to the Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee are Bills 9, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, increased estimated revenues, licensees, permits, others by $10 million, increased carryover savings general fund by $10 million, Department of Finance countywide costs, increased appropriation for transfer to the general excise tax fund by $10 million, Department of Water Supply Water Operations Program Water Fund, increase equivalent personnel by 10.0, capital improvement projects in Appendix C, Department of Water Supply countywide increase appropriation for integration of public and private water systems in the amount of $10 million. In Appendix A, Part 2, General Excise Tax Fund, increase appropriation for acquisition of private water systems and wells in the amount of $10 million. And Bill 10, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, increasing estimated revenues, carryover savings general fund by $3 million. Department of Management, Information Technology Services, ITS program, increase category B, operations and equipment by $3 million.
Members, any objections to referring these items to the BFED committee? So ordered. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, we're now on to ordinances for second and final reading. Before you is Bill 105 CD1 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending Title II Maui County Code on alternate members of boards and commissions.
Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I move to pass Bill 105 CD1 2025 on second and final reading.
Second.
Moved by Member Hodgins, seconded by Member Cook to pass Bill 105 CD1 2025 on second and final reading. Discussion. Member Hodgins.
Thank you. Bill 105 allows alternate members to fill midterm vacancies on boards and commissions on an interim basis. Thank you, members, for supporting this motion.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Bill 182, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, Appendix A, Part 1, Department of OEV Resources, private donations, new appropriation of $1,000.
Member Rollins Fernandez. Bill 182.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to pass Bill 182, 2025 on second and final reading.
Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Hodgins to pass Bill 182, 2025 on second and final reading. Discussion. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Bill 182 amends FY26, Appendix A, Part 1, $1,000 grant, and we're manifesting $100,000 for the Department of OEV Resources. Once again, we want to express our gratitude to the donors. Who's the donor again? Member Polton? Oh, sorry. Okay. For the contribution, for supporting the Department of OEV Resources. Mahalo, Chair, and I ask for the members' continued support.
Any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries. Okay, members, how far do you want to go before we break for lunch?
Break.
Time to break? Okay, and then we're supposed to have our picture taken.
I'm sorry, I'm willing to go to unfinished business because everything else looks like it's just being referred. Yeah?
Well,
Oh, I'm
not
sorry,
really.
not
This is,
referred.
this is second and final.
And then member Sugimura will just make all the 183 to 193 in one motion, and then I have one motion in Bill 194. Let's do that.
183 needs a public hearing, but yeah.
Yeah. That's
Except
the
for
one I-
183.
Yeah, the one I talked about. All right, we'll call the next item, please. Member.
Thank you, Chair. Before you is Bill.
Oh, it's gonna be like two motions. Oh, sorry.
Chair, before you is Bill 183, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending Ordinance 5334, 2021, the West Maui Community Plan as amended on building heights for new construction in the Lahaina National Historic Landmark District.
Okay, any members, any objections to tabling this item pending public hearing in the district? Okay, no objections, so ordered. Ms. Clerk?
Chair, before you is Bill 184, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, increasing estimated revenues, carryover savings, general fund by $5 million, capital improvement projects, and Appendix C, Department of Parks and Recreation, countywide increase appropriation for countywide parks facilities by $1.2 million, Paia Haiku Community Plan Area, and new appropriation for Lower Paia Park parking lot in the amount of $300,000. Wailuku Kahului Community Plan Area, add new appropriations for War Memorial Gym building improvements in the amount of $2 million, and War Memorial Football Stadium and track rehabilitation in the amount of $1.5 million.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Chair, if there's no objections, may I please request the clerk also call Bills 186 through 191 and Bill 193, 2025.
Any objections, members? Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. But Bill 186, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, increasing estimated revenues, carryover savings, general fund by $500,000, capital improvement projects, Department of the Prosecuting Attorney, Wailuku Kahului Community Plan Area, government facilities, new appropriation for 24 North Church Street, building renovations for $500,000, and Appendix C, Department of the Prosecuting Attorney, Wailuku Kahului Community Plan Area, new appropriation for 24 North Church Street, building renovations for $500,000. Bill 187, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, Department of Finance, countywide cost, increase the conditional language appropriation under insurance programs and self-insurance in the amount of $400,000. Bill 188, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, Appendix B, Department of Finance General Fund, sales of special license plates, Department of Finance Special Revenue Trust and Agency Fund, Outrigger Duke Kahanamoku Foundation commemorative license plates. Bill 189, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, Appendix A, Part 1, Department of Public Works, new appropriation for Department of Transportation, Hawaii Safe Routes to School Special Fund of $2,850,000, and Appendix C, Department of Public Works countywide, increase the appropriation for countywide traffic and safety programs by $2,850,000. Bill 190, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, increasing estimated revenues, carryover savings, general fund by $800,000, capital improvement projects, Department of Police countywide, increase appropriation for countywide police facilities in the amount of $800,000. Appendix C, Department of Police, increase appropriation for countywide police facilities in the amount of $800,000. Bill 181, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, Office of the Mayor Economic Development Program, Wailuku Economic Development, Environmental and Cultural Programs, update conditional language for Maui Nui Resiliency Hui, and Bill 193, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, Department of Management Board of Ethics Program, increase equivalent personnel by 2.0.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. Did I ask you also to bring up Bill 185? I think I might have.
Members, any objections? Okay, can you bring up 185?
Sure. Bill 185, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, increasing estimated revenues, carryover savings, highway fund by $75,000, and Department of Transportation Administration Program Highway Fund increase appropriation by $75,000.
Oh, I think we were supposed to take that up separately.
I just clarified why.
It's okay. I can just recuse myself from voting on all of
that
them.
one bill.
Oh, just one bill.
Yeah, just on
Yeah,
that
I mean-
one bill, 185.
Okay. Let's just take up 185, members,
Yeah.
okay?
Okay.
Okay, she just read it, and the seconder was, remember me.
Wait, did she
So,
make
mem-
the motion?
Yeah,
Yeah.
You did?
she just asked
I thought she just asked for it to be brought up. Did she make
to
the
be
motion?
included in the motion, but you can just separate that and just make a separate motion
Okay.
for
I
that.
thought she
I move
didn't make
to-
any motions.
I move to separate out Bill 185, which was just read, for
To
second.
pass,
To pass, yeah.
says the motion is to pass Bill 185 on second and final reading. And it was seconded by Member Uhajins and discussion, Member Sugimura,
Yeah.
Vice Chair.
So we asked for it to be separated out because maybe Member Batangan may want to comment on that. And,
No, but you're going to discuss the item? No?
no.
All right. Any more discussion?
Yes, Chair. Sorry, I think it caused some confusion here. So I will be recusing myself from voting on Bill 185 since it part of the bill has to do with a budget amendment for the Maui Metropolitan Planning Organization. And I have yet to get a Board of Ethics advisory opinion on my participation on matters that come before the council related to my previous employment.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 8 ayes, 1 abstention, motion carries.
Chair?
Yes.
Is recusal and abstention same? I think recusal is the more appropriate word.
Okay, we can do that. You're recusing yourself.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. 1 recusal and 8 approved. Okay, so now picking up where we left off, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, so I read in a group bills 184, 186, 187, 188, 189, 190, 191, and 193.
Any more discussion? Or did you have your discussion overall?
No
Yes.
discussion.
We don't have a motion on the floor.
Oh, okay, I thought she did.
Yeah, I thought we did that.
No.
Okay.
No, you
let's-
asked for the bills to be called up. You got to make the motion.
Okay.
And
Okay.
it's got to be
Vice Chair.
seconded.
I move to pass Bill 184, 2025, Bill 186 through 191, 25, and Bill 193 on second and final reading.
Okay.
Yep.
A discussion? Vice Chair Sugimura?
No discussion.
No discussion. Okay. Any other discussion or anybody else for discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Okay, what's left?
192.
Chair, before you is Bill 192, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget office of the Mayor Administration Program, updating conditional language for houseless solutions.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Bill 190, I move to pass Bill 192 on second and final reading.
Second.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Sinensi to pass Bill 192, Bill 192 on second and final reading. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Bill 192 updates the conditional language for Maui Nui Resiliency Hui to develop and manage a resiliency hub and to accommodate transitional housing for $400,000 rather than develop a Honoko'ai safe parking site. It splits the $500,000 and it adds new conditional language for a West Maui safe parking site in the amount of $100,000. The intent is not to build a site with this, trying to convince the administration to use our existing facilities when they're not being used, like the Lahaina Aquatic Center, the Lahaina Civic Center gym. Because a lot of those 700 households don't know what they're going to do, and we need to do something fast. So asking them to put out an RFP so that that site could be managed instead of built. Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Bill 194, 2025, a bill for an ordinance establishing Chapter 2.03 Maui County Code on County Council vacancies in office.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to pass Bill 194, 2025 on second and final reading.
Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Uuhajens to pass Bill 194, 2025 on second and final reading. Discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. No further discussion.
Anybody else? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. So, are you ready to take a break? All right. How long do you want to take a break? 1 hour is 1:15, okay? 1:50?
Member Cook
1:15.
said 4 hours.
Okay.
1:15, okay.
Okay, this meeting is in recess until 1:15. Will the council meeting of January 7th, 2026, please reconvene at 1:27 p.m.? Ms. Clerk?
Chair, we are now in unfinished business, and we have one person signed up to testify, and that is Tom Crowley. And Mr. Crowley, if you could just let us know what matter you'll be testifying on, please.
Thank you. Testifying on, don't remember the number, but creating the new zoning district. Oh, you can't hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, you can. Okay, sorry. Testifying on creating the new zoning district. And I just want to remind the council members as they consider what criteria to put into this new zoning district, that every one of the change in zonings will eventually come before you, okay? So some of the things that I see you wanting to do, you might want to be doing them on a case-by-case basis. When that particular zoning change comes before you, if it's appropriate at that time to put some of the things in that you're trying to put in universally here, then you could do that as a condition of the change of zoning for that individual property. The risk in doing it up front, as you're trying to do right now, is then it makes it much more difficult for the planning department to ensure that all these conditions are met before they can recommend approval of that change in zoning to the planning commission, who again it would go before it comes to you guys. So just in this process, I think that it's much cleaner and it'll function much better if you just create this new zoning district without all of the ideas for creating additional restrictions for the properties put into that zoning district. And then the properties for which these conditions might be appropriate, you can then at that time, when you're considering making the change, put them on or not put them on, as the case may be, because it's just going to be a policy decision for you guys. So, I'm just giving you this warning so that you don't get hung up today in what you're going to put through and what you're not, because this isn't your only chance to do it. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Crowley? If not, thank you.
Chair, there's no one else currently signed up to testify, so if there is anyone who would like to testify on unfinished business, resolutions 25-230 and 25-233, this is your opportunity. You can raise your hand in Teams or make your way to the podium. This is last call. Seeing no one, the countdown is 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one indicating a desire to testify.
Okay, Ms. Clerk. Shall we go over what happened at the last council meeting when the item was, Mr. Cook's resolution was tabled?
Chair, do you want to first close public testimony and accept written?
Any objections, members, to closing public testimony on resolutions? Okay, so ordered.
Okay. All right, now, yes, sorry, Chair, to interrupt you.
Could you proceed to remind us where we left off at the last meeting?
Yes, at the last meeting, we had resolution 25-230 presented by Councilmember Cook. We laid that on the clerk's table, and today it's back.
Okay, but we did have a discussion on one, on the ASF,
Yes.
presented by Member Paulton. And I can't remember if you made the motion or you're just starting to discuss it.
Chair, the ASF that I proposed last time in the council was verbal, and it wasn't the same as the written ASF. So I think we withdrew everything.
You withdrew the motion?
Yeah, so that, verbal ASF does not exist any longer.
Okay.
There's only posted written ASFs.
So I assume we have the main motion, the main reso on, what?
Oh, mahalo, Chair. We had the motions withdrawn. And then that way, when we bring up the item, there will be no active motions.
Okay, not even Mr. Cook's.
Nothing. Yep, we're starting fresh
Clean
today.
slate.
And so I guess we will need Mr. Cook to start that process.
Do you want me to call it up?
Yes.
Okay. Chair, before you is Resolution 25-230, referring to the Lanai, Maui, and Molokai Planning Commission's proposed bill amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance to establish the H3 and H4 hotel districts.
Mr. Cook.
Chair, I move to adopt Resolution 25-230.
Moved by Member Cook, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura to adopt Resolution 25-230. Discussion.
The proposed bill being referred to the planning commissions would establish H3 and H4 hotel districts that are like for like with the A1 and A2 apartment districts. The proposal is based on the Bill 9 TIG's recommendation for new zoning districts to allow continued TVR uses at appropriate properties that now have apartment zoning, even after Bill 9's 5-year phase-on is complete. As requested at the previous council meeting, a discussion on Resolution 25-230 was held in the council's Housing and Land Use Committee on January 5th, 2026. I respectfully ask for the members' support of my motion.
Any discussion? Member Paulton.
Chair, if there's no objections, may I please also bring back County Communication 26-1 at this time?
Any objections, members? So ordered.
I move to amend Reso 25-230 with my ASF attached to County Communication 26-1, suspend Rule 19 of the Rules of the Council, and file County Communication 26-1.
Second. Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez. Go ahead, discussion.
Thank you. So this ASF is just, this is not final action. It's just for the Planning Commission to consider as they consider things. Final action will be when it comes back from us. It adds a new be it resolved clause number 2, incorporates all amendments to Chapter 19.14 proposed in Exhibit 1 to Reso 25-230, restructures the proposed bill to amend 1914 in its entirety rather than individual sections, inserts restrictions for the H3, H4 districts for properties in the SLRXA, and amends the purpose section. It limits restrictions in existing code section 19.04.040 to H1, HM, H2, and hotel districts. Ask for members' support of my motion. Thank you, Chair. And perhaps we won't adopt this at final, but I would love the opportunity to discuss it, both in the Planning Commission and when it comes back. I'm open to doing it as a condition of change in zoning. I was told that the planning director didn't favor it as a conditions in change in zoning, so that's why I did it like this.
Discussion. I saw that hand go up first. Okay. Okay. And member Cook you didn't have your hand up.
No.
Okay.
My hand went up first and multiple times before, for the record. Okay.
While she was talking?
Yeah.
That's rude.
Well, she paused, and I thought she was how.
Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, so I have 2 questions first, and then I'll make my amendment. So my 2 questions are, first, one, I heard in the main motion, and it's not on the ASF, that there's a suspension for Rule 19. Are we making amendments that are not posted on the agenda, that's why? Or, because our amendments were posted to the agenda, so Rule 19 suspension would not be necessary unless we're gonna make further amendments, and then we'd have to do the suspension. And the suspension would require 6 votes. So if we don't do a suspension of Rule 19, then we wouldn't need 6 votes, we'd only need 5.
I'm open to either way. I'm not sure if anyone wants to amend the amendment.
Okay, so may I make a friendly amendment to your amendment to not suspend Rule 19, and then we'd only need a simple majority of 5. And then if there are amendments proposed on the floor that was not posted to the agenda, then we can suspend Rule 19 at that, or make a motion to suspend Rule 19 at that time.
I'll accept that friendly amendment.
Okay, sure, if anybody remembers it. Okay.
I will remember.
I know you have the memory of an elephant.
Okay, I've been called all kind of things today. And then the second question, the motion is a motion to substitute. Because my plan was to make my motions after we vote on Member Bolton's motions, but if the motion is to substitute, then I have to make my motions now.
Yeah, I guess because of the other changes, I'll friendly amend it to substitute as well.
Okay.
So you're gonna make a motion to amend that?
Yeah, no.
No?
So since it's a motion to substitute, then my motions would need to be made now before we take a vote on Member Paulton's motion to substitute.
Okay.
Okay, and for the record, I support the motion to substitute. And will now make my motions. If there are no objections, I will call back up County Communication 26-2 at this time.
No objection.
Okay, no objections.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to amend Resolution 25-230 as included in County Communication 26-2 and to file County Communication 26-2.
Second? Who said second, besides me? Okay. All right, moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Paulton, to support that motion that she made. And further discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Oh, and while I'm remembering, Member Paulton's motion would also need to include the filing of her County Communication 26-1.
I thought she said that.
You did? Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
she said that.
All right, it's not on the ASF, that's why. Okay, so for my discussion on the motion to amend, on Monday, we had an HLU committee meeting, and we went over both my set of amendments that was posted on today's agenda and Member Paulton's amendments that were also posted on the agenda. My amendments have some non-substantive and some more substantive. And there's a total of 9 amendments. The first is to amend the reference year to 2026, to amend section 1's second paragraph. Oh, okay. So it would be the second paragraph, and so my amendments don't amend Member Paulton's bill. It amends Member Cook's. So instead of a 2, it would be a 3. So it would be incorporating all of the amendments made by Member Paulton as well. And in fact, I did put a document together that incorporates both my amendments and Member Paulton's amendments, if members would like that.
Sure. Okay. I would like to have a 5-minute recess.
Okay. Mahalo, Chair. Oh, do you want that?
1:45.
Okay, I'll go get it.
I need clarification.
Oh, okay.
Will the January 7th council meeting please reconvene? It is now 2:06. Ms. Clerk, please remind us where we were.
Chairwoman, before we recessed, we had two motions on the floor, one by Member Paulton for her ASF, moving to substitute, and then another by Member Rollins Fernandez. And I think Member Rollins Fernandez has some discussion she'd like to make over her current motion.
Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. What staff has helped to distribute is an Exhibit 1 that incorporates both Member Paulton's amendments, all of Member Paulton's amendments, and then all of my amendments. And it's color-coded for you all. You're welcome. Member Paulton's is in yellow, and my amendments are in teal. And I'm sorry, it's a little dark when it got printed, except on page 7D at the top. That it's deconstruction, maintenance, is actually mine. So that one should have been teal, but I missed it when I was color coding. So that's for your reference. And during the break, in discussion with our attorneys and parliamentarian, under Rosenberg, you can make a motion to substitute and finish that, and then make amendments after the motion to substitute. So I'm going to withdraw my motion now, and then we can take up Member Paulton's amendments first, and then we can take up my amendments after that. So I'm withdrawing my motion, Chair.
Okay. Yes, Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. So just so I'm understanding the motions on the floor, because I think I heard the clerk say that there were two motions on the floor, one to substitute and then one to amend that. I was under the impression that there were three. The original one called up by Member Cook, then the first amendment was by Member Paulton, and then the third, right? So
You are correct.
So the motion on the floor now is the substitute, correct?
Yes, yes. To substitute, Member Paulton's ASF, yeah. That she's amending the main motion. Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I think the clerk's meant to say we had two motions to amend on the floor before we took a recess. Member Batangan is correct that there's a main motion, and then there were two motions to amend. One motion was to amend by substituting Member Cook's bill with her own that has amendments to it, because there are also non-substantive amendments to it. And so now that I've withdrawn my motion to amend her motion to substitute with my amendments, we'll only be taking up her motions within we'll only be taking up her motion to substitute with all the amended language in that bill. Mahalo, Chair. Clear as mud?
Chair, if I may, sorry, Council Services who just have a quick note on terminology, and I'm glad we're getting to a point of clarity. I don't want to create confusion, but the motion to substitute that the council members are familiar with from Roberts doesn't exist the same way under Rosenberg's, which is now the default parliamentary guide in the rules of the council. Really, it's what we're talking about here is motions to amend the main motion. I'll just quote briefly under Rosenberg's. A substitute motion seeks to throw out the basic motion on the floor and substitute a new and different motion for it. And that's not what we have here. No one is seeking to throw out Councilmember Cook's basic motion on the floor. Thank you.
Okay.
I wouldn't do that to Member Cook.
Okay, so we do have this motion. Any more discussion on the motion?
Yes, Chair, one more question.
Yes, Mr. Batangan.
Since the posted amendment was to amend the resolution rather than to substitute, does this vote require 5 or 6 votes?
I believe it's five votes, right?
Thank you, Chair. County Clerk can correct me if I get anything wrong. It's your parliamentarian, but motions to amend, we're just operating on a simple majority, 5 votes. The possible 6-vote threshold comes in based on Rule 19, which says if the body amends a bill or resolution, which again just takes 5 votes, you can't take final action on that bill or resolution that rule can be suspended, and a suspension takes 6 votes. So if you amend and want to take final action, then that's where you get to the 6-vote threshold, although the rule also says for a posted amendment, that 6-vote threshold doesn't kick in. So if you're just approving amendments that were posted, we're still just operating on a simple majority of 5 votes.
Her amendment was posted.
I think the clarification is he mentioned it was posted as an amendment and not posted as a substitution.
Yes.
Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
I'm reading directly from the ASF. Move to amend Resolution 25-230 by substituting the resolution with the attached proposed FD1 version.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, back on track.
Back on track.
Now, we're still in discussion on her motion. Now that we've, okay, yeah, now that we've pretty much drowned the process, how about we get to the intent and the content? Yeah, yeah. Member Hodgins?
Okay, so to simplify what I thought I just heard over the last 5 minutes, right now we're going to vote on Member Paulton's suggested language, whether it's an amendment or a substitution, whatever we're doing, but that's what we're doing. Okay, thank you.
That's what's on the floor.
Thank you very much. So I think I'm going to speak for both this one and the next one. I'm going to be voting no on both of them, but not that I disagree with the theory, but maybe just the specific language. I did talk to OCS and clerks to maybe figure out a middle ground, and maybe I'll bring that up afterwards. But for right now, that's my discussion. Thank you.
Well, maybe people want to hear about your middle ground.
Okay, sure. So because I think both of these amendments I do agree with in theory, but the language specifically, I have a lot of questions, especially after our executive session. I was wondering if the body would be open to, and I was talking to David about this, in Resolution 25-230, adding another paragraph 2 and making paragraph 2 paragraph 3, and sending both ASFs or Member Rollins Fernandez condensed version to the Planning Commission as well, so they could use it for discussion, so that we don't have to ping pong back and forth, and they can have some time to work on the language and we can have some time to work on the language. And they can have it for discussion, as I heard from at least Member Paulton, that her main criteria was that they have it for discussion. And she too, but I won't speak for her, wasn't necessarily married to the language, but wanted to flirt with the idea.
Oh no, I hate flirting. I wanted to.
She wanted to date the idea.
Kick it around.
Kick it around.
Okay.
Very violent.
Let's ask David how to achieve what she just proposed, what Member Hodgins just proposed. So it wouldn't, let's say it's not going to be an amendment to Member Cook's resol, but how do you take that information and transfer it and transmit it to Planning Department?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, the body only acts through resolution or ordinances, so if you wanted to transmit officially on the body, you would have to amend Councilmember Cook's motion in some fashion, such as attaching the ASFs as exhibits to the resolution, for instance. Otherwise, the body wouldn't be speaking, but individual council members are, of course, free to send communications to the planning commissions if they so choose. But for the body, I think you'd have to amend the resolution in some fashion. Thank you.
Okay, I just thought
Sure.
we'd
Can
get
I
a clarification. Yes, Member Hodgins?
Thank you. So we would potentially amend the resolution, but not the bill itself. That was with the resolution listed as Exhibit 1. So in my suggestion, it would be different exhibits. I will say I hadn't thought about how it's going to work when it comes back to us and what that looks like if they all get hypothetically approved and what that would require out of us. But I was just trying to figure out a way that we could let the Planning Commission know that we had discussed both of these ideas and for them to continue that discussion without amending the bill.
without amending the bill. Okay. Member Paulson?
Thank you. I mean, they are the authority in the shoreline per the Coastal Zone Management Act, more so than this body is. Like, that's their charge or whatever. So, like, you know, like I said, we're kicking around these words, we're like trying to figure it out, but they may be more expert at figuring out the direction of our shorelines because it's within their purview. So I'm open to attaching this combined as an exhibit for their consideration, for them to take further under their expertise.
Okay, we're going to all discuss it further, but let me just tell you, my main concern is that creating a new zoning district generally doesn't include specific conditions. And when you talk about the shoreline, I think whatever conditions we come up with in the future should apply to all properties, not just the Minatoya list. So this is where I think we part company, but even though we agree probably on almost everything except when is the appropriate time to present this information is the question. So I'm sure others have comments. Member Rollins-Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. I agree with you and Member Batangan in committee. And I'm already working on completing that draft to add that language to all zoning. So it's coming.
Okay, good.
Very soon, by the end of this month. Mahalo, Chair.
Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I'm advocating that we keep this basically simple, the H2 and H3. And we have the ability separately to convey all this information to the department. My concern about doing anything other than creating a new zoning category is it makes it difficult for anybody and everybody to determine what it is and what it's for. If it's H3 and H4, that Mr. Post and Corp Counsel was in the TIG, it's on record of what the intention is. We send that to the Planning Department, Planning Commission for their review. The Planning Department will comment on it. All of these concepts, I'm in agreement that the shoreline issue, managed retreat, liability for the county, responsibility and accountability, kuleana for people who have property on the shoreline. I'm not in disagreement with my colleagues on that. I just I'm in disagreement and not an advocate of attaching it to this particular transmittal to the Planning Commission. So I just wanted to convey that to all my colleagues. Thank you.
Let's hear from some others. Vice Chair Sugimura.
I agree with the maker of the bill, and he was also part of the TIG. He's heard more than all of us put together. Well, not put together. Some of the other members were part of it, but I too stand in. Let's send the bill clean to the planning commissions, and then I'm glad to hear that future bills may come out because I was going to recommend that it should be on its own. These amendments that we're looking at, amendments or substitutions that we're looking at now, and just take it when it comes up. And I think also if you heard. Not Member Crowley, but Tom Crowley, when he testified, he basically said all of this can be added on, appropriately when an item comes up. And so, I agree.
Member Johnson?
Well, of course, I'm still thinking about all of this, but one of the things that I'm thinking of is if we go forward, Councilmember Cook's suggestion of passing it clean, it comes back to us after the planning commissions, and we have these amendments, and we put them in, then it might go back to the planning commissions again, because it's pretty heavy of changes, and then now we're back, just by doing these little amendments, we got to send it back to the planning commissions. That's a whole nother round. What if they add amendments to our amendments, or they add suggestions, and it comes back to us, and we discuss it? I mean, it's just going round and round. You know, and that's what I'm concerned of. I've mentioned it before. And I heard what you just said, Councilmember Cook, is that you're not in disagreement with the amendments, but you want to pass it clean. But the thing is, we're not passing those amendments today. We're just presenting them to the planning commissions so that they can have a look at it, they can have a discussion. They might come back and say, no, we don't suggest this at all, which is fine. But if they come back or if we send it to them and they don't have that discussion, that's what I'm afraid of. It just prolongs the process. We've had a HLU meeting on these amendments. We're talking about it now. I think it's a good plan to give them all of the cake, right? And then they can decide what pieces they like. It's just a way, it's cleaner. Like if you mention clean bills quite often, that's a cleaner way to do it this way. It's not committing ourselves to any of these amendments. It's just we can't have that discussion. It's like, you know, we send it to them with not giving our full discussion. That could be the problem that ping-pongs it back to us. I hope you guys understand that. That's the process that we all should be aware of. So that's my two thoughts.
Okay, before I call on you, I just wanted to say that for clarification, I think those of us who have been establishing ordinances for many years would consider something like this as enabling legislation. It's not specific, it's enabling. It gets specific when we start moving the list onto Exhibit 2, you know, or completing the Exhibit 2. That's where you have specific properties, and a lot of these conditions would have a rational nexus, as opposed to a very broad piece of legislation, which we are pretty much dealing with right now. Mr. Cook.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge Member Johnson's comment and clarify that when they review this, about 1/3 of the properties, approximately, just guessing, are going to be in the sea level rise issue. The other 2/3 are not going to have it at all. So this not having any other stuff, just creating the H2H3, and this issue will come up definitely with those and other, but having this attached to it now, as if it's going to influence all of them, I think it makes it easier for the Planning Commission, easier for the public to understand. This issue applies to approximately 20 to 30% of the properties and not all of them. And what we're striving to do is to create 2 new zoning categories that the Planning Commission, the Planning Department, the Council can assess and vote to transfer or to create. And all of the properties in the sea level rise, these issues will be addressed at that time, but the other ones don't need to be involved in it. That's just, I hear what you're saying. I don't think it'll come, my concern, if it comes back from the Planning Commission, and this is a key element in the rezoning aspect and the review of it, that is going to be a handicap to other properties that we're striving to enable, because we all agree that particular property could be changed from A1, A2 to H3. But this is sort of like have to decide what, so thank you for your comment, and hopefully my clarification helps.
Mr. Johnson.
So it sounds to me that a path that you'd like to take is to have these amendments in a separate bill and addressed separately because of all the things you mentioned just now. You want to do a separate bill for these amendments.
Yes.
Yeah,
Correct.
That is true.
Okay. I'll add one more to that, is that, you know, when this goes to the planning commissions, they're going to get a committee report. And hopefully in the committee report, Councilmember Cook is, you know, quoted that 20 to 30% of these properties
Excuse me, it never went to committee.
There's a committee report.
There's not a committee report for this?
It never went to committee.
Oh, okay.
We had 7B in committee.
All right. I thought the HLU would have gotten a committee report. No?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess my point is, we want to let them know, the commissions, that we had this discussion, and they're not starting from scratch, starting from scratch. Because if they come up with these things, like you said, they'll probably have these discussions. So why not have the amendments attached? Because they're going to talk about it anyway. So, I mean, it's just something to consider. I hear what you're saying. Maybe you want a separate bill for that, but I think that if we attach the amendments, we can tell the commissions, we have talked about this.
Okay, thank you. And we haven't heard from you, Mr. Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Member Johnson was asked my question about if we were going to send a committee report with the bill. And I understand that, we can testify at the commission as well. Those who support it, well, I'm sure they'll get a lot of testimony on these as well too. So I'm supportive of sending it, but if it doesn't get the votes, then we can send them not a committee report, but this as an exhibit. I can be supportive of that.
And then I see your hand up, Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I can work with HLU staff and send over the notes or the transcripts of Monday's meeting so that they can hear the discussion, because it wasn't sent to committee. So we can find some way to transfer our thoughts and our discussion. I appreciate what Member Rollins Fernandez said about having it in the shoreline as a whole. I think that's what I would prefer. I think that's probably best moving forward. And in that case, then I'm not too sure how the amendments having it in now, if it may change when we do have a broader discussion, which is why I was hoping we could send, I guess, the idea in theory and not have them kind of vote on specific language. And then when it comes back to us, we have some wiggle room. I'm unsure how to do that specifically, which is why I was trying to propose some sort of something in order for us to, however it happens, I'm not too sure, get them our thoughts. I would like to have Member Cook's bill remain as is, because this is what the TIG had discussed more specifically, but that's where I'm at, Chair. Thank you. Anyways, thanks.
Member Paulton, and then or did you have something to say? Because we haven't heard too much from you yet.
Sure, Chair. Yeah, so I do support sending over a clean bill, which is like for like. Not because I don't want the Planning Commission to have the discussions on shoreline hardening or beach access. I think those are important conversations to have. I just don't want to have those conversations on a zone-by-zone basis. I would rather us have a separate bill and discuss them comprehensively throughout the island. I think it'd be problematic, for example, if we had one property in H1 next to a property in H3, there's a wall protecting both of them, but you can only fix half the wall. Like, those are the kind of issues that I foresee coming up if we take it piecemeal, and would prefer to have those discussions, island-wide or county-wide. So I will be supporting a clean Resolution 25-230, and then would like this body to take up those other ideas separately. Thank you.
Member Paulton, and then Member Rollins Fernandez.
Thank you. I heard Mr. Crowley as well as Mr. Post and others talk about criterias that would allow for properties to get or achieve the H3, H4 zoning. And a lot of them were specific and clear cut that we discussed in the TIG. For example, if a property had timeshare units in it, then, even Maui Hill, which I thought would be a great place for local families to live, had timeshares. So it was put on the Exhibit 2, I think it's called. But one of the other criterias was in the sea level rise exposure area, like if it looked like it wasn't going to last for long term, like 10 years, in the next 10 years, it could fail. And I think it's, I agree with Mr. Batangan that it needs to be done across the board, but this is what's in front of us now. And that criteria that we're pointing to as, you know, this property may not last the next 10 years, if we don't address specifically while it's in front of us what to do, then shame on us. You know, like I agree it needs to be done comprehensively. It needs to be done on every piece of legislation before us because we don't exactly know what the next disaster coming our way is. I'm sure many of us had a lot of plans for legislation before COVID hit. We had a lot of plans for legislation before the fire happened. And I think if this is before us now, and one of the criteria for being moved into the H3, H4 is that we don't think the property will last the next 10 years, 15 years, then it should be done now. So that's all I have. But, you know, if it doesn't happen now, I'm okay with putting it as a condition of change in zoning, but it is happening, whatever you call it, sea level rise, shoreline erosion, one-time catastrophic events, they're happening, and we can't predict or say when it will, and it's to our detriment to not address it at every opportunity we get. So that's my feelings. I mean, it looks like I can count, and it may not happen, but it's coming whether we want it or not. Some of these properties aren't gonna last the next 10 years.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay. Oh, wow. Member Paulton was almost like reading off my notes. Okay, I had the same words. Sea level rise is happening now. And it's not only happening here. What's happening in Hawaii is not unique. Many coastal towns are experiencing the same thing and are all trying to figure out how to deal with development that was built too close to the coastline decades ago, without it being considered a taking. I mean, we have it happening here, like at Kapuka Ulua, with the county Parks Pavilion that had to be removed, but it was there and created all kind of dangerous debris for a while until we finally removed it. We have properties on the north shore of Oahu, and individuals starting to do illegal things to stop the ocean from taking their house. And then, you know, we don't have to go too far. We can see all along the shore in West Maui. And we did get, you know, this from Ms. Nishiki that shows what happens when makeshift sandbags are put up and all along the shoreline. You have hardening, you have sinkholes, you have it, like the shoreline is a public resource. It's, and as the government, you know, we're responsible for weighing and protecting, you know, protecting the public resource and weighing it against the private interests. And private properties constantly take away from the public when they start to do these types of things. I heard Member Batangan say that, well, let's not start with this first, let's do it all together. In 2021, I introduced a bill that I nicknamed the CAPS bill, and some of the language that you're actually familiar with is in 19.12.020 G, subsection 3. The number of rooms or units allowed for transient vacation rental use may not increase beyond those allowed for such use as of January 7th, 2022. Existing transient vacation rentals may be reconstructed, renovated, or expanded if no new rooms or transient vacation rental units are added. I put that language in, was it like 9 or 10 different zoning districts. And so this, whatever language we end up with, this is the start of the conversation. And it'll be refined, and it'll likely take a similar form in each of the different zoning districts. So I've done this kind of comprehensive zoning, condition change before, and that's how it looks. And we're actually, there's the TIG wanted to preserve this subsection 3 so that there wouldn't be expansion. I guess this is, okay, some of what I was gonna say is actually more related to my amendment. So I'll stop there for now. But basically, it wouldn't hurt us by already starting the conversation and letting the Planning Commission have practice figuring out what the language could look like. And then when they make a recommendation to us, we can further refine it. And then when we are sending them the language that would be added to it in all the zoning districts, then it'll be consistent in that way. Mahalo Chair.
Any final discussion on this? Comments? I'm going to call for the vote for Member Paulton's proposal. Yes?
Okay, so some of the amendments that Member Paulton has in her ASF she has non-substantive amendments. Do you want to make those amendments separately depending on what happens with the vote after? Because she said she could count, and I'm guessing that we're not counting 5. I don't know.
I'm not counting 5, but when we worked on this, ASF staff asked if they could clean it up a little, and I said sure. I guess the question would be for Mr. Rotz if it could be cleaned up after the Planning Commission brings it back to us, or is it better practice to send them the cleaned up version, and then would you like to take some stuff out of my substitution?
Yes.
Maybe in Member Cook's main motion, it could have the non-substantive revisions that
the cleanup stuff.
Yeah, and then that'll be the main motion because I think it's bad practice to send anything that we know is not, as great as it could be.
That's true. That's what we were telling the administration not to do to us.
If they didn't listen, then I don't know what that she said means, but is there a way forward to do just the cleanup stuff?
Well, she just said he could include that in his motion, for the non-substantive changes.
Oh, okay. You guys take care of it then.
Okay. Do you want us to vote on your proposal?
I'd love for you to vote on it favorably.
All right, if there's no more discussion, roll call.
Councilmember Batangan?
Nay.
Vice Chair Sugimura?
No.
Member Paulton?
Aye.
Member Johnson?
Yes.
Member Rollins Fernandez?
Aye.
Member Cook?
No.
Member Uhajans?
No.
Member Sinensi?
Aye.
And Chair Lee?
No.
Chair, you have 4 ayes, 5 noes, motion fails.
So, Member Rollins Fernandez, you withdrew your motion. Are you going to keep it that way, or are you going to do something else?
I know you would love that. But I don't want to leave you yet. So I'm ready to make my motions.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. And seeing how that all went, I will make my motions. Okay, I guess that can be considered. Okay. Shake it out. Let's start with an easy one. I move to amend the reference year to 2026.
Second.
Can you explain that reference?
Oh, whatever the bill number is going to be, and then change the year to 2026.
Okay. Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Paulton to correct the year as from 2025 to 2026, right?
Please vote yes.
Any discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Batangang.
Can I get clarification on what the non-substantive technical revisions were? Because I just assumed that was part of it.
Member Paulton, was that part of it?
That wasn't in my part of it. That was in her part of
That was
it.
mine's.
Oh, okay.
I see, okay.
And that's on my ASF, and I wanted to win, Mr. Batanga, Member Batanga.
All right, I'm ready to vote for
You
your,
ready to vote?
for your motion.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes.
We're
It's
feeling good. We're
unanimous.
feeling good. All right.
It's unanimous. Okay.
Winning. Okay, here we go. Next one. Okay, we're gonna go to my 5th amendment. Okay, all right, it's gonna be easy. It's gonna be, hey, no, it's the extent of that motion that I just made. Okay, we're gonna amend section 5 by amending code subsection 19.14.030B to read as follows. B, the following accessory uses are permitted as accessory uses in the H3 and H4 districts, and then embedding the chart that can be found in it was repealed. No, it's still there. 19.12.020.
Second.
Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by who?
Anyone.
Anyone. Okay, Member Paulton, I heard your voice, but I also heard another voice. Okay, to make that change as stated, discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. As we heard from Mr. Greg Post from the Planning Department, that this is best practice. Instead of referring to another section, and if this is the uses, the accessory uses permitted, accessory uses as we intend, then it should be outlined. And that what we have is the exact accessory uses in buildings that can be found in the subsection that was referenced in Member Cook's bill. Mahalo, Chair.
Any discussion on this proposal, on this amendment? Could you repeat?
It's in my ASF.
On what page?
On page, so if you go to my ASF and you go to page 1, it starts there, and then it's at the top of page 2.
Any more discussion? Member Uhajans?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. This is as discussed on Monday, where we're going to just remove the reference of the graph and insert the graph. So it just literally has a picture for the reader instead of to go find it someplace else.
I'm looking for another win.
Girl, we're giving you easy wins. I like it. Let's do
Can we
it.
get a Rule 19 too for the win? No? Because of the way that you're amending, as opposed to adopting your ASF as it's been posted, you're making multiple motions now,
That's not what
separating
Rule
that out.
19 says. Can you
It's gonna be
explain?
unanimous. So whatever you want.
No, because then if I'm making them out of order and there's an objection to it by a parliamentarian, then I need to understand why, because I was planning to do all like the quote-unquote easy ones first. And if I'm gonna you need me to do them in order? In
No,
chronological
these weren't
order?
posted
These were
separate.
posted.
Well,
This is posted on my ASF.
you're taking it from what was posted.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So David, do you have any comments on that?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just read from the Rule 19 amendment at final reading. As I mentioned earlier, requires delay of final action when you amend at the same meeting where final action would have otherwise taken place. But then the third sentence says, this requirement of delay will not apply to, and it gives 4 different scenarios And the third scenario is amendments that have been posted on the meeting agenda. So that would be a question for the clerk's interpretation of if you're taking piecemeal amendments that were part of an ASF, does that satisfy this rule statement about amendments that have been posted? Thank you, Chair.
Because mine wasn't a substitution. Mine were amendments, separate amendments.
Well, the distinction is we're not taking all of your proposed amendments. We're taking some that were posted. Yep.
Yeah, they're posted.
That's what I mean. If we are taking all.
Oh, that's not how I read it.
I know, but this is the interpretation of
So we have
our resources here.
Director Rott saying that it's okay to take whatever, not all, but some or whatever. And Deputy Clerk is saying, or Madam Clerk is saying it has to be all or nothing?
No.
Okay.
Can we take a couple-minute break?
Sure. I mean, sorry, I'm not the chair.
No. Chair, can we just have 2 minutes?
2 minutes, you promise.
I promise.
2:49,
Well, this
nobody
one-
moves. Nobody moves. 2:49, recess. Will the council meeting please reconvene? The council meeting of January 7th, 2026. It is now 2:50, And Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Chair, thank you so much for that break. We did have an opportunity to discuss the issue over Rule 19 and agree that if this has been posted, and that's what Member Rollins Fernandez is offering up, even though it's just being taken out one by one for the win, that is appropriate, and Rule 19 is not necessary, and a vote of 5 is sufficient for each of her winning motions to pass.
Okay. All right, proceed.
Mahalo, Chair. So we are now on amendment number 5, since it's not an all or nothing type of thing, and I'm ready for the vote. It's the one with the picture. It has the chart, the graph.
Right, no, I'm thinking.
Oh, you ready to vote
Do you
yes?
want it to be unanimous, or you just want it to be 8?
Member Cook, come on. There, he's right there. Okay, go.
Okay, just can we clarify, the last thing I wrote was number 2.
Oh,
at
it was number
243.
5, section 5, by amending code subsection 19.14.030B to read as follows: the following accessory uses are permitted as accessory uses in H3, H4 district. And so that's the, instead of referencing 19.12.020, it just has the chart itself.
Thank you.
All right. Roll call. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries.
All right. Okay. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Here we go.
Go for the gold.
Okay. We'll go to, okay. We'll do number 2, and then I'll do 3 and 4 together. Okay. I move to amend section 1, second paragraph to read as follows. This ordinance's purpose says are to acknowledge, there's a 1, which is Member Cook's, and then 2 is to acknowledge necessary protection of shoreline and ocean ecosystems as recognized in the Maui Island Plan, Community Plans, and Climate Action and Resiliency Plan.
Second.
Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Johnson, on her 3rd amendment. And discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. As a county, we spend a lot of money on a lot of plans and a lot of reports. These are some of them. The other one that I missed was the recommendation from the county's hazard mitigation plan, which explicitly talks about removing structures from the shoreline in order to protect human lives. And so we create these plans and reports to give us recommendations on how to create policy to protect the health and well-being of our people and our environment. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more discussion? Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. I'm supportive of this amendment only because, as Member Paulton had mentioned earlier, that it's under the Planning Commission's charge to deal with SMA issues. So I think if we're not going to be supporting some of the other amendments, this would at least kind of put it back into their court to address some of the other things. And even though it's not specific like some of the other amendments, it could kind of trigger that discussion with them, Chair. Thank you.
Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have concerns with this one because I don't think it makes sense unless there's code language specifically dealing with the shoreline or ocean ecosystems recognized in the reservoir transmitting. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna vote no on this one.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. In my amendment number 6 and 7.
On what page?
6 and 8. 6 and 8 on page 2 and 3. Those are the shoreline language for this bill. And so if Member Budhangan plans to vote against those, then there wouldn't be language, and then there would be no purpose for putting that. But if he plans to add the language, then that would be the purpose. Mahalo, Chair.
Can I ask that we take up that language first?
Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. I don't have any objections with taking up, okay, let's see. I guess it would be 6, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah, those would all go together. So let's see, I think Member Johnson seconded my motion. So I will add to my motion with the amendment that is in number 2, the amendments that are in number 6 through 9, and I will read them. Number 6 amends the bill to add a new section 6 to read as follows. 19.14.040 restrictions. B, construction, maintenance, or expansion of shoreline armoring is prohibited. 7, renumber section 6 as section 7. 8, add a new section 8 to read as follows. 19.14.055, coastal transition and phased removal. At the time of the zoning change, the director must execute an agreement with the property owners to remove any human-made object not part of the natural ecosystem that is affixed to the land. B, for this section's purpose, says human-made objects are objects not part of the natural ecosystems that are affixed to the land, including buildings, foundations, decks, patios, swimming pools, septic systems, roads, parking lot, retaining wall, and shoreline hardening structures, but do not include public infrastructure addressed in a separate capital plan. And number 9, numbering the remaining sections appropriately.
Any more questions? Member Batangan?
Thank you, Chair. And I got to mahalo Member Rollins Fernandez for walking us through this. I was having trouble following when you're referring to them by amendment numbers, but going section by section to tell us where you were guiding us has been very helpful, so thank you. I will be voting no on these on this particular one, not because I necessarily disagree, but because on the point of shoreline armoring, I think that should be a countywide or island-wide or at least or countywide discussion, and don't want to be taking these up on a zone-by-zone basis. With the section 8, that one is, I disagree with the position of the planning department director that the condition should be in the zoning rather than as a condition of the change in zoning. So I would prefer to keep the zoning in the code clean and to take these up on a through a different legislative vehicle.
Any more discussion? Anyone? Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. Okay. So, as I was stating earlier in my remarks, that this is not a unique situation to us, and it's been happening for years, and no one's doing anything. Not enough is being done about it. So, in the amendment under section 8, the coastal transition and phased removal, I used section 19.30A.040 that's existing in our code as a model so that it would help to guide our department, and it wouldn't be something like totally new because that it would clearly explain when things would be triggered and when and it would give the property owners certainty on what it is that's going to happen when they're on the shoreline. Right now, you have like different property owners that are on the shoreline that have been putting up sea bags, that have been experiencing sea holes or sinkholes, and they're just kind of like in a limbo right now. And so while I agree with Member Batangan that best practice would be to put something like this in all zoning districts together, this right now that we're discussing is not setting law. Right now, we're sending language, ideas, concepts, a bill for the consideration and recommendation from all the planning commissions. And it can start that conversation there. When we receive this back from the planning commissions and my bill to put this language in all the zoning districts, then we as a council will have the recommendations from the planning commission, and we don't have to take it up piecemeal. We'll have the recommendation and we can take it up all together. So that solves that problem. And so, let's see, for 3. Okay, I think I'll hear any other concerns or questions.
Any further comments?
So I have a question on that. So if we transmit a comment to the Planning Commission that's specific to H3 and H4, are we able to utilize what we receive back to have a discussion on zones outside of H3 and H4? Because I've been operating under the assumption that transmitting it through this vehicle would limit the debate to H3 and H4. But if I'm mistaken on that, that might change my thinking.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Chair, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. I have a separate bill that will add the same language or similar to all the different zoning districts, and that will be transmitted, can be transmitted separately. I guess I would need 5 votes. Mahalo, Chair.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be supportive of it. This is kind of the things that BLNR takes up with on the shoreline armoring, stuff that is below, especially below the high tide or the high wash of the water. And it's in alignment with their stance and the decisions that they've been making. So, I mean, it's not like we're going off and doing something radical. It's in alignment with BLNR's recent decisions.
Okay. But you are proposing a separate bill which would cover these items, right?
Not me, her.
No, I'm looking at her, yeah.
Oh.
I am, Chair, and I hope to get your favorable vote.
Oh, gee. You should be a used car salesman, you know? You're in the wrong business. I would buy all your cars. Anybody else? Member Hudgens?
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'm just going to say for the record, since I said the last time, but I'm going to be voting no. I don't disagree with them in theory, but the language is what I have questions on, you know, considering we had this discussion on Monday. I think what I'm going to do as HLU Chair is send the Planning Commission our meeting minutes so they can continue our discussion and see our discussion. And then all of this that we did have on Monday, they can pick that up where we left off. So I'm going to be voting no, but I just wanted to say that as I said it the last time. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Roll call.
Councilmember Batangan?
No.
Vice Chair Sugimura?
No.
Councilmember Paulton?
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Cook?
No.
Councilmember Hodgins?
No.
Councilmember Sinensi?
Aye.
And Council Chair Lee?
No.
Chair, you have 4 ayes, 5 noes, motion fails. It was 6, 7, 8, and 9.
Member Rollins Fernandez?
No, we're not going to start that again. Okay, so I have 2 more motions.
Okay.
And that'll be amendments 3 and 4. And then I'll need to file, and I'll make that motion separately in case this doesn't win. That was with the 6, 7, 9. Yeah. And 8. 6, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah, okay. I move to amend Reso 25-230 to amend Section 3 by amending code subsection 19.14.010C to read as follows. C, the H3 and H4 districts are for units or structures that operate transient vacation rentals. And 4, amend section 4 by amending code subsection 19.14.020B to read as follows. The following uses are permitted in the H3 and H4 districts. Any use permitted in the residential and apartment districts, and 2, transient vacation rental uses.
Second. Okay, moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Senensi, to make those changes. Discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So what this does is it would strike the word reserved, and it would strike had been in the A1 and A2 districts respectively, and where in the 19.14.010 on page 3, purpose and intent. And on page 4, on permitted uses, 19.14.020B2, it would strike everything after transient vacation rental uses, where it reads that were legally permitted the day before the effective date of the ordinance required transient vacation rental uses to be phased out in the A1 and A2 district. And we talked about how this language starts to create a list within a list. And we discussed how this is not best practice to refer to a repealed section, and that it was explained at the time when we had our resource person and HLU committee from the planning department that this was the express intent of individuals on the TIG, on the Bill 9 TIG. And so what we understand from the committee meeting is the intention, Member Cook's intention with the was that it would be able to move multiple properties as quickly and easily as possible. And that's not my intention, and my understanding when you create zoning districts, it should be broadly applicable, that it shouldn't be exclusive to only these properties. That's not best practice. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more discussion, Member Paulton?
I'm trying to parse out what was in executive session and what wasn't in executive session, but I guess I'm not sure if I support this because I don't want any other apartment zone condo complex to apply for a change in zoning to go to this, because we need more long-term housing, not more short-term rentals. And I didn't say anything that we said in executive session. I said that in open session. So we're good, right?
Yes.
That's clear.
Okay.
Okay.
Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. So on the amendment on page 4, under 19.14.020B2, are there any other transient vacation rental uses other than what was legally permitted the day before the effective date of the ordinance requiring the transient vacation rental uses be phased out in the A1 and A2 districts? Like, I'm concerned that there is an expansion of use that is being allowed through this amendment.
I think Kahana Sunset is one by variance and not by the way that Minatoya opinion.
Did you get an answer?
Because Kahana Sunset is apartment zone, but it's not on the Minatoya list. And it's still doing short-term rental. It hasn't been phased out.
Yeah, I guess I'm not concerned about properties that have a variance. I'm concerned about by us striking out the clause at the end of B2 that we would be expanding the permitted uses in the district.
You're just asking everyone, not me, right?
Yeah, I was asking Member Rollins Fernandez since this is her motion, but I would accept an answer from anybody.
At this point. But you know what? See that hand? It's always up there. So, Member Rollins Fernandez.
I was told, yeah, at least try. Okay. So I hear what Member Paulton, his comments were before Member Batangan, and both of their comments about expanding TBR uses, which I also don't support, which is why I did the CAPS bill back in 2021. So in 19.14.040 restrictions, this section where it reads, unless such new rooms, or sorry, the line, situated landward of the line at distance, by striking that section, it would achieve that purpose. And so there are multiple ways to achieve what it is that Member Paulton and Member Batangan would like. And it's not just in this section. And I think that goes back again to our initial discussion on Resolution 25-230, that the TIG had 7 meetings on this. And so because we're being rushed to move this along and not have full and complete discussion on all the language, what we're sending the planning commissions is not as fully baked as it could be. And that was what I was hoping we would avoid doing. And I mahalo Member U'u Hajens for holding the HLU committee meeting on Monday. And the executive session was also very enlightening. But again, not enough, because there's still all these different questions. There is the desire to not expand TVR uses in this district, but inviting more apartment complexes that didn't meet the criteria outlined in 19.12.020 subsection G, which was just repealed by Bill 9. And so there's all these things that the harms to our housing inventory, to our environment, and then to our community at large that we want to do. And we're being rushed to do all of that right now on the council floor, doing committee work, which you don't like doing, but mahalo, council chair, for letting us do, because this is all we're given the opportunity to do. And what I'm actually hoping is that we can, we'll continue to discuss this in committee, even though we've already, I know you have the votes, so this will be transmitted today, regardless of my vote. And my hope is that in committee, we can continue to have these discussions to figure out what would be the best way to achieve the desires of all the council members. And since the planning commissions wouldn't be taking this up until the end of February anyway, that we would be able to have more substantive discussion and better recommendations that could be transmitted supplementally with Reso 25-230. Mahalo, Chair.
Did she answer your question?
Yes, Chair, she did answer the question.
Okay, any more discussion? No, we're ready to take the vote and we have one person absent.
You want me to talk to
No, thank you. Thank you. It'll be 4-4. I always like to include all of you in the votes. Roll call.
Councilmember Batangan,
No.
Vice Chair Sugimura,
No.
Councilmember Paulton,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
No.
Councilmember Hodgins,
No.
Councilmember Sinensi,
Aye.
and Council Chair Lee.
No.
Chair, you have 3 ayes, 6 noes, motion fails.
Okay, you have one more.
All right, I'm looking for a unanimous vote on this one. I move to file County Communication 26-1 and 26-2. Can I get a second?
Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Sinanci, to file the two items she mentioned. Any discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. I have about 5 minutes of discussion on this important one. And so in my previous remarks, I did say what my hopes would be. And I'm hoping that maybe I might get an answer this time. Are there plans to continue discussion on these, on this item, whether in HLU or another committee, so that some of the questions like what Member Batangan asked and other council members are trying to do, we can have more of a substantive decision or discussion without the pressure of a timeline. I mean, we'll still have the pressure of end of February when the planning commissions will take this up so that we can give them more information and we can be the courteous council that we are. Yeah, very thoughtful and considerate.
Well, we have the chair of HLU here. Do you have any comments, Member Hodgins?
To continuing this discussion, HLU, sure, we can do that.
Yeah.
As long as we pass it today, but yeah, we can do that.
Wow, she's copying you now.
I mean, good for her and me, I guess, that she has the 5 votes.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye. Okay, 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, now we're back to the main motion.
Okay. All right, roll call.
Councilmember Batangan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Sugimura,
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi,
Aye.
and Council Chair Lee.
Aye.
Chair, you have 8 ayes, 1 no, motion carries.
Okay, then last item.
Chair, before you is Resolution 25-233, authorizing a grant of ground lease to A0745 Lanai LP for real property located on Lanai, Hawaii, identified for real property tax purposes as tax map key 249002058 under sections 3.40.200 and 3.36.090 Maui County Code.
Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I move to file Resolution 25-233.
Second.
Okay, moved by Member Johnson, seconded by Member Sinensi to file this item. The discussion, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Members, this resolution has been superseded by the Resolution 26-4 that we just voted on earlier today. It was tabled at the December 19, 2025 council meeting because we did not contain the supporting documents. The lease wasn't attached yet. So we have acted on Resolution 26-4, so this Resolution 26-233 is now moot.
Okay, any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk, do we have anything else to discuss?
Chair, there's no further business before the council.
Wow.
Hey, members, anybody getting married? Nothing? Okay, then,
We had a new baby in our family,
oh, congratulations.
January 2nd.
Good for you. Thank you. All right, everybody. This has been a very productive meeting. Thank you. And, Even the chief of war was right on target. Appreciate it, appreciate it.
What?
Thank you. Yeah, Chief S. Oh, is that the correct way? Chief S. Okay. I don't know, chief has a more punch to it. I don't know. Thank you so much, everybody, for a very lively discussion, but productive and respectful. I really appreciate that. And this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.